13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
याद निशानी पिंगला रे पिंगला हसुक मन जोवे जोवे रे जोवे जोवे रे जोवे श्वेत ध्वजा फहरानी गगन मा आवाज होवे जीना 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 कहे कबीर सुनो भाई साधु साधु रे साधु साधु रे साधु अगम निगम की बानी गगन मा आवाज होवे जीना 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 कोई सुनता है गुरु गानी गगन मा आवाज होवे जीना 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 आवाज होवे जीना 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 आवाज होवे जीना 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 आवाज होवे
Hi, I'm Anindita Ghosh. My debut novel, The Illuminated, will be published by HarperCollins India in July 2021. I hope my book finds its way to readers and book lovers who, like me, believe that now more than ever, books are our portals to brave new worlds. The Illuminated is the story of two women, a mother and daughter, Shashi and Tara, who are forced to see the world anew when Robi Malik, the renowned architect around whom their lives revolve, dies suddenly. The women grapple with a world that is changing rapidly, marked by a rising tide of religious fundamentalism. But Shashi and his spirited daughter Tara, an ambitious young Sanskrit scholar, must project a way forward that is of their own choosing. The idea of multiple perspectives has always been of interest to me. The characters in The Illuminated have very divergent worldviews, and they must explore the full spectrum of possibilities and perhaps the full spectrum of truth to arrive at their own source of light. I suppose in some ways it is a response to my reservations about groupthink and outrage culture. Things are not always as they seem, and the best we can do for ourselves and for those around us is to commit to an exploration. I've been a journalist and an editor for 15 years now. I get asked a lot if that helped in writing fiction. If I'm being honest, it did not. Fiction demands an entirely different approach. It encourages you to inhabit characters without judgment. The Illuminated is a novel about perception. When the light shifts, you see the world differently. The metaphor of light is powerful and universal. From the Upanishads to Dante, from Rumi to Victor Hugo, Audre Lorde spoke about the quality of light by which we scrutinize our lives. And just earlier this year, the young poet Amanda Gorman concluded her dazzling performance with the metaphor of light. And it is to this world of light that I invite readers to journey into the world of the Illuminated with me. Thank you.
समय में हमें आपके सपोर्ट की सख्त जरूरत है।
आपका सहयोग हजारों की जिंदगी बचा सकता है।
आप हमारे अपने हो, हमें अपनों से डोनेशन नहीं, काम चाहिए।
हमारा हाथ थामिए,
हमारा साथ चलिए,
हमें और हमारी कला को जिंदा रखने के लिए
अपना सहयोग दीजिए।
लोगों ने सालों से प्यार दिया, सम्मान दिया, अब हमारे कारीगरों को काम दीजिए।
Support the artisans, save the craft.
Thirteen years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है।
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है।
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
Welcome back to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival, straight from front lawn of the Diggi Palace. The festival is protected by Dettol. It is our pleasure to present Words, Image, Text, Ranjit Hoskote in conversation with Anupama Raju. Straddling the worlds of the literary imagination and the visual arts, celebrated author, poet, translator and curator Ranjit Hoskote introduces us to the multiverse of word, image and text he inhabits. Hoskote's collections of poetry include Vanishing Acts, Central Time, The Atlas of Lost Beliefs and the forthcoming Hunch Prose. He curated India's first ever national pavilion at the Venice Biennale. Under the title, Everyone Agrees It's About to Explode. In conversation with Anupama Raju, he gives us a glimpse into his aesthetic vision and his understanding of the contemporary literary and cultural landscape. Ranjit Hoskote is a poet, cultural theorist and curator. His 7 collections of poetry include Vanishing Acts, Central Time, The Atlas of Lost Beliefs. His translation of a celebrated 14th century Kashmiri woman saint's poetry has appeared as I, Lalla, the Poems of Lal Der. Anupama Raju is a poet, literary journalist and translator. She's the author of 9, a book of poems, and her work has been widely anthologized and published. Ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to please comment and ask questions. We now present Word, Image, Text, Ranjit Hoskote in conversation with Anupama Raju. Over to you, Anupama.
Good afternoon, Ranjit. Hello, how are you?
Good afternoon, Anupama. It's great to be here in a digital simulation of the front lawn at Diggy Palace. And looking forward very much to our conversation.
Totally. And thank you so much to the entire Jaipur Literature Festival team for coming up with such a novel virtual lawn. It's great to be talking to you today. So, Ranjit, this session is called, it's really, I think, completely aptly titled. It kind of perfectly, captures, I think, the essence of your work. So, you are an artist of the visual and the verbal arts, right? So, do word, image, and text collide, or do they coexist in your artistic universe?
Anupama, it's amazing you should say this because, I have had and continue to have these trajectories in the visual arts, in the literary arts, and as a listener in music, where I don't play any instrument and unfortunately don't sing except in the shower. But unlike you, you're an accomplished singer. But when I think back about where the whole experience of the arts began for me, it was really at home, in a family with parents who were deeply committed to the arts. So, and the first of these was music, actually. It just struck me when I was speaking to a friend, Sarabjit Garcha, the other day, and he asked me this, what came first, the word or the image? And I've said neither. It's probably music. So my earliest memories are the LPs that my parents used to play on their garage turntable. And it was their taste is eclectic. So it could be Ali Akbar Khan's Banda Sarod and Ravi Shankar on the sitar one day. It could be Mozart another day. It could be what else was prominent in the 60s when they collected so many of their records. It was an introduction to color, to tempo, to cadence, and all of that coming in through this amazing musicality. And in my mind, these things used to translate very easily. Color to sound to haptic feeling. So as I grew up, I assumed everybody responded in quite the same way. And it's only a little later that I realized that I was synesthetic. So there's a neurological basis for my response to the various arts, because I do experience them in that way. So I don't have a simple answer for what came first. And they certainly don't collide. I think what I find most interesting for me as an artisan to work with is the way they translate. So when I'm working on a poem, it's actually how the senses and their offerings translate from one into the other. So word and image again, they're not binary. It's not a binary for me.
Well, thank God for that, because I think as readers, we are all lucky for that. Now, talking of that, I mean, these influences that you mentioned, I think the books that I've read and enjoyed so much over the years, right? Especially this music that you refer to, I think it has come in quite consciously or perhaps even unconsciously. Do you agree?
Unconsciously in the sense that cadence, musicality has always been profoundly important to me. I mean, I know that people have been very kind in responding to my work, and they often stress its visuality, and it certainly has a strong visuality. But what is equally, if not more important to me, is the music of the language, the music of the language as it opens up and embraces other languages. So in the John poems, for instance, the presence of the bandish from Tumris, from Kajris, from Chaitis is extremely strong. As quoted, but also as it informs what goes on in my particular form of English. So that's definitely a powerful presence for me, and it's become more conscious now because I realized that for the longest time I was trying to keep these interests and preoccupations separate, and in the last 5 or 6 years that's just dissolved for me. It's just I'm the same person. I'm the person who loves Steve Reich's music. I'm the person who loves Terry Riley's music. I'm also the person who listens to Begum Akhtar. I'm also the person who reads W.S. Graham and Charles Simic. So why do I have to hold these things in separate domains? So the collapse of the walls that separated these things has really been very liberating for me personally as a poet, and I hope to convey that to my readers and listeners.
That's great. Talking of powerful presence, I think time and travel and culture have all been very, very important preoccupations in your books, right? Right from Vanishing Acts to Jonah Whale, and of course the Atlas of Lost Beliefs. What do you think, and how did that evolve over the years?
Actually, I think it goes back longer than that, because Vanishing Acts, as you'll remember, is a new and selected poems. So it also includes the first 3 books: Zones of Assault, The Cartographer's Apprentice, and The Sleepwalker's Archive. So notions of the atlas, the archive, mapping have always been important to me. The experience of travel has actually been crucial for me, partly because it's inherited, because as I've said often enough, I belong to a diasporic micro-minority. So in some sense, we are shaped by our travels and by our encounters with different cultural zones. So if I have to think about my cultural identity, it is already diasporic, it is already multilingual, it already straddles what look like barriers between religions and regions. So this to me is and has always been a source of great optimism, and I've drawn on it in many ways. And in my own life too, I've really been wonderfully stimulated by the kind of curiosity that comes into play when you're elsewhere, the kinds of dialogues, the unselving, what you learn when you slip from one language into another. And it's really all of these experiences of self-fashioning that I think inform my poetry. And culture and history have always been at the core of my interest in the world. But it's not necessarily, in my poetry, it's not necessarily about bearing witness to a historical period. For instance, it could be that when I look at a certain kind of Spanish painting, royal portraits, what actually seizes my attention is the child playing with a spaniel, and how that innocence is actually guaranteed, undergirded, but also threatened by the omnipresence of war. It's things like that leap out from the historical tapestry for me.
Fantastic. I mean, that kind of makes me want to ask you those questions. Do you experience more freedom as a curator of art? Does that give you wings much more than when you write?
No, I have a sense that in each of my practices, I respond to things that are particular to those practices, and they each open up into a kind of realm of freedom. So when I'm curating, again, curating is a very diverse animal. I mean, you might be doing a monographic exhibition, which is devoted to one artist, or you might be doing an exhibition that bears witness to a movement or a school or a tendency. Or, as I've often been doing now, you might be working on a transhistorical exhibition. So one of the finest such experiences for me, again, in terms of what it did for me, was an exhibition I did some years ago called The Sacred Everyday, which was across 2 venues, the Adil Shah Palace in Panjim and the Convent of Santa Monica in Old Goa. And it looked at how the sacred is part of our everyday. And it's part of our everyday in syncretic, confluential ways. And the people who've made these images have not worked from some simple primer of what is proper to a religion. So you might have a Burak, which actually draws on the Kamadhenu, or a Kamadhenu that draws on the Burak, images of Sufi masters that draw on Vaishnav imagery. So in that exhibition, some of the earliest works came from the 6th century. And the most recent had been literally done a couple of months before the show. So that's a certain kind of imaginative freedom.
Right.
But it's also the kind of freedom I have when, for instance, I work on a project like Confluences, which is a book that Ilya Troyanov and I wrote together on precisely how civilizations work through and because of differences, not by upholding their differences. It's by coming together in unpredictable ways. So that, to me, and in my poetry too, that's exactly increasingly what works for me, what brings me this tremendous sense of freedom.
Right. Right. So when you talked about the exhibitions, I was just thinking, quite often your poetry or reading a book is almost like experiencing an exhibition, because there are so many. It's a visual. It's a very multi-sensory experience, because there are so many cross-references, so many of these influences that come in. So which leads me to my next question. How are your poetic protagonists created? I find that very fascinating. They're all so intricate and so detailed. Please tell us.
I've traveled with these figures for a very long time. So there are times when I would deliberately trace through research a particular figure. Sometimes things pop up in another part of your life, and then they become the subject of your poetic interest. But childhood heroes, for instance, are important to you because they speak to some aspect of your personality. So for me, Jonah, the recalcitrant prophet, very unlikely prophet, or Captain Nemo, who we later learn through the Vivan canon was actually an Indian prince, or Odysseus, of course. These are Ahab from Moby Dick. I mean, these are people to whom I had an incredible attraction as a child, as a teenager. Moving on in life, you also realize that they each emerge from a particular historical context. So what tends to happen, particularly in Jonah Whale, is a sort of shuttling, a to and fro between these characters as these solitary driven heroes and the system, the machine, the world history from which they emerge, which also has to do with colonialism, with discovery, with genocide. So for me, it's always about keeping these two things in play. It's not a cult of the solitary hero at all.
Okay. So please read for us now. I think I'd love to hear these, characters speak to us. Would you like to read from Jonah Whale or Central Time?
Sure. Maybe I could read. And since we are speaking of as and of poets, maybe I should think about a poem like Ghalib in the Winter of the Great Revolt, which is from Vanishing Acts.
Great.
Ghalib in the Winter of the Great Revolt, Delhi, 1857. The emperor's murdered grandsons hang from the gate of peace like hushed bells, and rifles drill the sentenced air. My neighbor, the flautist, slit his veins last night, burning his prayer book before he died, true to a god of subtle tones, wasted on the deaf. Ghalib writes to a friend, all around us the furies ride their burning horses. It's as though Taimur had broken Delhi's walls again, his cinder-streaked soldiers heaping pyramids of skulls in the streets, and a baker's for orphans to compute the profits of betrayal, the penalties of defeat. Cannon, the only thunder, writes Ghalib, and no rain. Gunners waving St. George's flag have driven the nobles from their charred mansions, tethered the peasants to the surly river. The coppersmith, tapping at a dead branch, fills the vacant sky with the privacy of his grief. The friend, with a spy at his shoulder, writes back, when did you become a poet of adjectives? roosting in the rafters of a broken house. Ghalib, the owl, must hide in the tamarind for now, but the genies of havoc will go on furlough soon. You say your inkwell is empty, but your dry quill still claws at the fibers of the heart. A pharmacist may drug himself with lyric, Ghalib replies, and a tiger may vanish in the rainforest of his hunter's dreams. But the dry quill is a reproach, and this raw winter could be the living tomb of my song. Send paper, friend. These are the last pages of my journal I'm writing on.
That is such a stunning end. Thank you so much. So I'm hoping that you'd be able to read more with the time that we have. I'm just moving on to something else now. You have mentored so many poets in your time. I myself have been lucky to have your mentoring and your friendship over the years. I know that Nissim Ezekiel played a seminal role in your work. So, did Nissim play a role in your mentoring as well? How did he influence you?
Anupama, you're very kind. For me, it's the responsibility and weight of the mentor role is something to which we can all aspire, maybe. But for me, it's a much more modest form of just helping open doors and sharing things with people. Basically, it comes out of that sort of ethic. Nissim was immeasurably more open, more generous with his time, energy, and he was an extraordinary figure, really. And he was mentor to 3 or 4 generations, depending on how you count, of poets. And his doors were always open at the office of the PEN Center in Theosophy Hall in South Bombay. So yes, I see him as my guru, as a mentor. But I also want to say that, before I go on to say that, it's a beautiful memory, actually, because my father took me to see him when I was very young. Mm. And I saw him through the door of the PN office, which is high old wooden door, and there was just this one lamp and its frosted glass lampshade, and there he was with his crown of white hair under this lamp. Sort of a forbidding figure, but the minute you walked in, you knew how welcoming and responsive he was. I think the great feature of Nissim's mentorship is that he never imposed his own poetics or his understanding of poetry on you. And in fact, very early on, it became clear that we had 2 completely divergent understandings of what poetry was about. And I regret to say, with the arrogance of youth, I was very radical in stating this difference. But but his generosity was just amazingly inclusive, and I think it helped produce a diverse culture of poetry rather than just one dogmatic way of doing it. But equally, as I wanted to say, whether it was Nissim or Dombares or Adil Jassawala, Keki Darwala, or any member of that marvelous generation. It wasn't this kind of hand-holding that people imagine when they think about mentorship. I was a bit impatient one day last year, and I tweeted out to say that it wasn't all holding hands around the campfire and singing Kumbaya.
I remember that.
So these were tough taskmasters. They also expected you to go out and do your own work and find your own way, and they would be at hand. And sometimes sudden illuminations would be made available. And they didn't hesitate to tell you when things weren't working. And that's how it was.
Yeah, I think that's critical. And the honesty that comes with the generosity, I think, makes it even more precious.
Absolutely.
That's great. Going back to your role as a curator, what really challenges you, or what tires you, as much as whatever is inspiring about it?
I don't think anything in curating tires me. From the level of conceptualizing an exhibition to working on it, on the brass tacks of it. Because for me, it's like a handcrafting activity. That's how I came to curating, and that's how I practice curation. It's not about simply coming up with an idea and a list of artists or an object registry. It's about thinking the exhibition through and planning it, designing it, setting it up, hanging an exhibition, working on the didactics, the outreach, the events. So it's like a set of concentric circles. And curating also for me has expanded into other forms and other genres as well. So there's been a consistent trajectory for me now of literary curatorial work. For 5 years, I co-curated first with Kevan Mehta and then with Asad Lalji, the literature section of the Kalaguda Festival. Set in motion a feature which you remember, you've read there, The Long Evening of Poetry, which I originally called Under the Tree of Tongues and then called Hope Street Poets.
Yes.
So when you're working with...
It's a splendid experience.
at the David Sassoon Library. So what I find really engaging in curatorial practice is the particularity of the medium. What does it mean to convene a group of poets across a long evening? What is the cadence and the tempo of that? I mean, there you take on the role of a sort of conductor with a symphony orchestra. But how do you work with objects? That's a completely different set of interrelationships that you create. So curating for me is actually an endless source of wonderment. And I think wonderment, as you'll agree, I'm sure, Anupama, is at the heart of everything we do as poets or as musicians or as painters or curators.
Amazing, Ranjit. Your role as translator, there's so much of work that you have done. What is it that keeps you going? I mean, sometimes I wonder, how do you find the time to do all of what you do? I mean, it's amazing. So tell us about your translations.
The translations. Again, I seem to be at a point encouraged by the quiet isolation and repose of last year, where I'm thinking back to where things began. So when I think back to what it meant to be a young Anglophone poet in the late 80s and through the 90s, on the one hand, we were defending an embattled position, because there are so many people, the nativists and others, who kept saying, oh, you can't write in this language. It's the colonizers' language. You've heard all this. And on the other hand, certainly I know a number of my friends and colleagues, Arundhati Subramaniam, Jerry Pinto, Mustan Sardalvi, Sampurna Chatterjee, to name but four. All of us have also been conscious of being multilingual readers, multilingual listeners, multilingual people. So over the years, I think happily for many of us, that embattlement has if not dissolved entirely, it's certainly diminished in force. And translation for many of us was a key activity in this respect. I think we were also inspired by poets who'd gone before and who were active and present to us. Dilip Chitre, Agar Shahid Ali, Raman, A.K. Ramanujan himself, Arvind Mehrotra, and these were all Arun Kolatkar. Their example was unfolding before us at this time. And we in turn turn to translation because it opens up a different universe of literature, of how to handle language, what to do with the image, cultural contexts. There's an incredible, Cheto Vistara, as Tagore liked to say. There is an expansion of the consciousness that translation brings about. And it's not that static idea that too many people have of, taking something that is in a source language and somehow finding room for it in a target language. Quite apart from the irritating military metaphor involved there. It also commits you to some very static notion of these languages and what's inside them. That's simply not how it works. It's a far more complex and subtle activity.
I agree.
Yeah, and also, especially to us as poets who are also committed to translation, it expands your own language. So for me, that's the glory of translation. That's the beauty. When it actually breaks up and remakes your own language and comes into your own poetry. And I found that happening increasingly now. And I really cherish that. So translation is not something that I do on the side. To me, it's an integral part of my work as a poet.
Absolutely. Now we know that something special is happening very soon. We have your forthcoming book, right? So a very, very special book called Hunch Prose. Tell us about Hunch Prose.
Hunch Prose is, it's a book that actually came together in far less time than my books of poems usually come together. I usually work for 2 to 3 to 4 years on a book. This one really just seized me and my attention, and it really got written in about 18 months. But when I say that, it shouldn't lead to the idea that every single poem leaped out and was present, because my whole way of working is to work with fragments and notations that get built up over the years. But there was just this incredible sense of energy in revisiting a lot of things. New things came up. The world throws challenges at you. So for me, the circumstances of ecological catastrophe, of genocide, of forced migrations, all of these, which have been real to me for a long time, they made an incredible claim on me and on my language. I realized I had to remake my language, refashion and recraft it to respond adequately to these experiences. Also, an opening up to the natural world, a rediscovery, if you will, of what it means to write about nature. I mean, eco-poetics is now a compelling alternative for many people.
Right.
And it's becoming real to us. And I've had a certain journey with this experience and practice of eco-poetics. So in that sense, many of these poems respond to this, but they also respond to political crises. They respond to the question of what it means to be a citizen. Above all, to me, I think it's about breaking and mending. What happens to things that are broken? How do we mend them? How are they healed? And what survives? There are many poems which are about extinctions, endings, and resurrections in this book. And to me, the more I think about it, I think it's what we create and what we leave behind that makes this whole dark journey worthwhile. So I've also been thinking about afterlives. These are strange things to be thinking about.
But we are in strange times. So.
We are indeed, yeah. So that's, and the title also has to do with a claim that I think poetry makes. Because too often we allow ourselves to sit down quietly in a corner someone else has painted for us. We say, oh, poetry, elitist activity, minority interest, hardly anybody reads it, which by the way is not even true. It's just that they read it and they find it in different ways. Page, stage, spoken word, epic, scripture, and so forth. So that's the kind of claim that the title puts forward. I mean, poetry may seem to be some deformed version of prose, but then I, think back to the idea that prose is simply poetry set to a different kind of tempo.
Yeah, a different kind of music, I say.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Would you like to read something from Hunch Prose?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, thank you. And for those of you tuned into the session, advance copies are available. So do order. And if you're in Bombay, Ranjit promises to sign the copies.
Wonderful. I love commercial breaks. Okay, here we are. This is a poem called Hawk. Caught up on the wave of the past, a hawk skirls back, ripping the seamed and sutured scar of our passage. Its wings are lined with scripts no one can read, but everyone brawls over in this city of howling dogs and whinnying saints. The blood that spurts under its claws is common, the sort you could smell anywhere, the sort you can smell everywhere. Suffer us all, dear God of many names, to come together and feed ourselves to that insatiable beak.
Scary, but but so real, I think.
Yeah, well, and this one's called Sovereign, which makes some play with what that might even mean. Because that's something else I've been thinking about over the years, that our commitment to the personal lyric in English particularly stems from an Enlightenment idea of the sovereign individual self. How do we break that lyric open to engage with the concerns of multitudes, of other species? So are we really sovereign? So sovereign is what this poem is called, and it goes like this. Plucking sunsets from the water, the horned sovereign half stamps, half slides across the beach, stopping to dig, claw, rake. What washes up is drilled shale, lost static past from gulf to strait. Plastic whirls in whose wake gagged dolphins trail, scarred humpback whales whose shadows will drift unmoored up thawing glaciers. What washes up is news of the cracked ice, across which a shivering fox is making her way from Svalbard to Nunavut, leaving her paw prints on frozen currents to a shore stippled with burst nebulae, a shore that on a compass dizzy with wind-scattered directions, she can and can't call home.
Splendid. It's always a pleasure to listen to you read.
Thank you, Anupama.
Ranjit, I think we have a few questions coming in.
Okay.
And what we'll do is maybe you'd like to address a couple of those, and then perhaps if we have time, you could read more. Would that
Sure,
be okay?
happy to do that. Absolutely.
Okay, great. So the first question is from Kashish. Being a multilingual, drawing from diverse sources, do you at times feel the incapability of not belonging?
Oh, okay. No, I think we belong best when we belong to multiple contexts. And I take heart from our own history as South Asians, which we forget because we seem to think that our history has always been as our history is now. You know, we've been sitting in this little box called the nation for not very long. The box called the nation is not very old. It's a European idea emerging from the Romantic moment, and its history doesn't go back much longer than some point in maybe the Congress of Vienna, 1815. So, and then we have all these other little regional boxes that we like to sit in, of language, of region, and so on. But the truth in South Asia for thousands of years is that we have been a people who have migrated, who have been multilingual. As I'm never tired of saying, even this limiting idea of the mother tongue, it was absent in India. There is no word for mother tongue before the colonial encounter and the arrival of philology. You know, Matrabhasha, Madhuri Zaban, these are calques of Muttersprache from our friends, the German Romanticists. So before that, we were people who spoke typically multiple languages, had multiple first language competence, read and wrote in different languages, often had different religious practices all going on at the same time. So that is the historic lived experience of plurality that I draw on for my pluralism. So as a multilingual, long-winded answer to this very precise question from Kashish, but I find that I'm enriched by my multilingual reading. So I particularly, for instance, during these months of the lockdown, sat down to simply revisit or visit for the first time Hindi poets whose work I've loved. So I reread Ashok Vajpayee, I reread Kanwar Narayan. At the instance of Nancy, my wife, who was working on Nagarjun's poetry. I had not been familiar with his work, but I read some of Nagarjun. And it's been absolutely marvelous because when you enter another language, you also enter its complexities. And you then encounter traces of Braj, of Awadhi, of Khadi Boli, of Sanskritization, of Persianization. You know, a language is a form of life, as Wittgenstein pointed out. So the more you have of them, the more vibrant you're likely to be. So I believe in this sense of a distributed belonging. It's what gives me energy and strength.
Yeah, well said. Okay, so Dhriti asks, I would love to know your take on modern day abstract poetry that we read these days.
My goodness, I have to plead complete and absolute ignorance. What on earth is abstract poetry? I certainly know what concrete poetry is, but abstract poetry, I'm not very sure. If by abstract poetry is meant a reliance on abstractions, I can only say that to me, poetry proceeds from the concrete particular. Having said that, I do respond to poetry that makes wider declamatory sweeps. But for me, I suppose a simple answer would be that I would not start out with a sense that any one kind of poetry or poetics is paramount. I'm as happy to respond to very, very different kinds of poets. And I think it's the diversity of what we receive as readers of poetry that, again, enlarges our sense of what's possible as poets.
Totally. We have another question. Is it hard to balance between being an art curator and a writer?
Oh, not at all, actually. Partly because I actually have been using this image now, but I love it, so I'm going to indulge myself. I see this for me as a starfish. My concerns and commitments and deep existential investments in the various arts. So it's not one at the expense of the other, one in contrast to the other. For me, I actually tend to learn more about, say, poetry when I'm curating, or when I'm writing on an artist, I happen upon a model of practice or a form of artisanal choice that then actually helps me when I'm translating, for instance. You know, so for instance, if I'm thinking about an artist whose primary approach is through assemblage or montage, one part of my mind is thinking, how do I do this with words? How do I do this with images? How do different voices come together? You know, some years ago, actually more than a decade ago, I sat down to work with Vanraj Bhatia, who was one of our unsung masters of contemporary music.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah, and so unsung. But Girish Karnad had asked him to turn Agni Varsha, Girish's play, into an opera. And Vanraj asked me to write the libretto. So it was a three-cornered collaboration. And I learned so much working on that libretto. I mean, for all kinds of reasons, particularly because I was just traveling so much, I had to give up after a certain amount of work on Act 1. But I learned so much by apprenticing myself to Girish and to Vanraj. You know, and in Jonavale, for instance, the choric form is very prominent because I did then approach some poems as though they were libretti. You know, so you have a play of different voices. And so one art or one artistic practice actually benefits another for me. I don't see them as canceling each other out at all.
This collaboration is a really amazing process, isn't it?
And I know you're deeply committed to it.
Right. Yeah.
But I agree. I think it's carrying forward conversations by different means.
Totally. So I'm told we have a couple of minutes left. Would you like to read something, or would you like to take one question? What would you prefer?
I could take a question.
Okay. Okay. Do you think the beauty of long poetry or rhythmic poetry is slowly fading?
On the contrary, I think I think there is space both for the long poem, and there is always space and time and a love for rhythmic poetry. Remember that I can't think of too much poetry that does not have rhythm. It's one of the key definitions. It's only a question of tuning your ear to different kinds of musicality, as we've been saying. So I think, particularly in our fragmented times, I think we would look forward to certain forms of long poem. But they could be garlands, they could be archipelagos. They may not look immediately as if they were a long poem, but sometimes you might finish a book of poetry and realize that the whole thing actually hangs together as one long poem.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Ranjit, it's been such a delight to be in conversation with you, especially given our friendship. So it's been a real pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you to the entire Jaipur Literature Festival team for putting this together. Hope that we can all meet in the real lawns of Diggy Palace sometime on the other side of the pandemic.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anupama.
Thank you, Ranjit and Anupama, for introducing us to a luminous world of verse and word. We thank our celebration partner, Diageo, and thank you all for watching and being such a lovely audience. If you enjoyed the session, please do pick up your copy of the book from the Amazon bookstore. Please do stay logged on to watch with us the series of exciting sessions that we have specially curated for you. As you're aware, the cultural sector has been critically impacted by the pandemic, and while we have braced ourselves to embrace the new normal, we have struggled to ensure that we can continue to bring to you a free flow of knowledge and ideas. We would be delighted and grateful for your support towards Teamwork Arts. Any contribution is welcome. Please do tweet using hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 and tag us at Jaipur LitFest. The festival is protected by Dettol. We hope to see you in our next session.
The Jaipur bookmark reflects the core values of the publishing industry, and it brings together some of the greatest publishing professionals from around the world.
जयपुर बुकमार्क एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जहाँ पे कि बिजनेस को समझने का एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलता है. सो आई थिंक JBM इज समथिंग विच इज़ फैंटास्टिक एंड पीपल हु डोंट नो अबाउट इट, उनको आना चाहिए, उनको इसका हिस्सा बनना चाहिए.
Jaipur Bookmark. Come and celebrate literature, meet authors, agents, publishers. Join us at the Jaipur Bookmark.
We are honored and delighted to present the rich, diverse literary traditions of India in the Sahitya Swarmala. We thank the Sahitya Academy for their valuable support and cooperation.
माझ्या या कवितेचं नाव आहे समुद्रदाराशी आलाय. समुद्रधाराशी आलाय त्यांच्या, येतोय वास त्याच्या दम कोंडून मारणाऱ्या उग्र अस्तित्वाचा. उसळत आहेत निरंतर रौद्र लाटा, घराच्या भिंती ढासळून टाकणाऱ्या. ऐकू येत आहेत हताश आवाजातल्या कमी कमी होत जाणाऱ्या आर्त हाका, दाही दिशांना घातलेल्या. दिसतायत अनेक हात डोक्यावरून पाणी फिरताना अखेरची उंचावलेली. कोण देईल त्यांना आता पाय टेकता येईल एवढी तरी कोरडी जमीन. कुठं असेल त्यांच्या उरलेल्यांना निदान टेकून भाकर तुकडा खाता यावा, अशी मडक्या गाडग्यांची निश्चल उतरण. कोण धरेल पोरांच्या समजुती खातर पाण्यात पीठ कालवून दुधाची धार त्यांच्या भुकेल्या ओठांवर. कोण सांभाळेल त्यांनी पाहिलेल्या अखेरच्या सूर्यकिरणाचा थेंबर उजेड आपल्या पाणावलेल्या डोळ्यात. की बुडते त्यांची भूमी, बुडतोय त्यांचा देश, त्यांचा वंश आणि वारसा. पुसून जातायत खुणा अनेक शतकांच्या, आणि चूप आहे माझ्यासारखंच हे कोडगं जग, तोंडात मिठाची गोळी धरून. मला माहित आहे काहीच उगवून येणार नाही आतल्या या कणभर ओलाव्यातून. मला माहित आहे काहीच उगवून येणार नाही आतल्या या कणभर ओलाव्यातून. पण मला निदान पसरू द्या हात या अनंत आभाळाकडे, पाझरू द्या मनात सुईच्या अग्रावर मावेल एवढी तरी करुणा त्यांच्यासाठी. घेऊ द्या कवेत संपूर्ण विनाशाच्या चाहुलीनं हळूहळू भुईत रुतत चाललेलं त्यांच्या रथाचं चाक माझ्या कवेबाहेरचं. आणि सांडू द्या एका निशस्त्र कवीचा आकांत, आणि सांडू द्या एका निशस्त्र कवीचा आकांत वाऱ्यावर उडून जाणारा. की समुद्र तर दाराशीच आलाय मित्रांनो तुमच्या माझ्याही.
I read the translation of this poem. The poem is translated by Dilip Chauhan from Pune. The title is The Ocean at the Doorstep. The ocean has reached their doorstep, smelling its murderously suffocating, wrathful existence, endlessly rising the roaring waves, capable of crumbling the walls of the homes, listening the continually descending sounds of the distressed calls in all directions, seeing several hands raised for the last time, while the water swallowed them to the head. Who will give them a dry piece of land, even to place their feet? Where will their hair find a firm pile of pots, at least to recline and eat their food? Who will make the hungry lips of children to drink the flour mixed in water as the milk? Who will preserve in their welled up eyes a drop of light of the last sun ray seen by them? Or the shameless world is treacherously silent like me, while their land, their country, their race and their heritage are drowning, and the marks of their existence of centuries getting washed out. I know nothing will sprout with this small particle of inner wetness, but for them, allow me to beg this infinite sky, allow to ooze the compassion, at least of the size of the needle point. In the heart, let me embrace the unembraceable for me, the wheel of their chariot sinking into the earth, sensing the complete destruction, and allow to spill the commotion of a weaponless poet blowing with the wind. Or the ocean has already reached at the doorstep of yours as well as of mine.
मुश्किल समय में हमें आपके सपोर्ट की सख्त जरूरत है।
आपका सहयोग हजारों की जिंदगी बचा सकता है।
आप हमारे अपने हो, हमें अपनों से डोनेशन नहीं काम चाहिए।
हमारा हाथ थामिए,
हमारा साथ चलिए,
हमें और हमारी कला को जिंदा रखने के लिए
अपना सहयोग दीजिए।
लोगों ने सालों से प्यार दिया, सम्मान दिया, अब हमारे कारीगरों को काम दीजिए।
Support the artisans, save the craft.
Thirteen years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है।
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है।
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
We're delighted to welcome you to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival, protected by Dettol. It's a pleasure to present today Asia Vision 2021. Vivan Sharan, Mihir Sharma, Parag Khanna and Shruti Rajagopalan in conversation with Sajjid Chinoy. The future belongs to Asia. An eastward shift in the economic center of gravity is steadily underway. But what is Asia? A diverse and politically fragmented continent with massive possibilities of production and utilization. What is a vision that will take this ancient, densely populated and culturally diverse region forward? Who will be the political and economic power steering global discourse? Can this be an Asia century? An expert panel of economists, policy strategists and researchers discuss the various implications of the present-day political climate vis-a-vis Asia. Vivan Sharan is a public policy thinker and entrepreneur based in New Delhi. He is a partner at the Cohen Advisory Group, Secretary of the Asia Center and Visiting Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. He is the author of Wonged, India in Search of an Economic Ideology. Our next speaker, Mihir Sharma, is Senior Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation and Head of its Economy and Growth Program. In 2019, he co-edited What the Economy Needs Now with Abhijit Banerjee, Geeta Gopinathan and Raghuram Rajan. He is also a columnist for Bloomberg in New York and an Aspen Fellow. Our next speaker, Parag Khanna. Parag is a leading global strategy advisor, world traveler and best-selling author. He is founder and managing partner of Future Map, a data and scenario-based strategic advisory firm. Khanna's newest book is The Future is Asian: Commerce, Conflict and Culture in the 21st Century. He is author of a trilogy of books on the future of world order, beginning with the Second World, Empires and Influence in the New Global Order, followed by How to Run the World, charting a course to the next Renaissance and Connectography, mapping the future of the global civilization. He is also the author of Future of the Global Civilization. He is also the author of Technocracy in the America, Rise of the Indo-State and co-author of Hybrid Reality, Thriving in the Emerging Human Technology Civilization. He was named one of the Esquire's 75 most influential people of the 21st century and featured in Wired magazine's Smart List. Our next speaker, Shruti Rajagopalan. Shruti is a senior research fellow of the Indian Political Economy program at the MacArthur Center at the George Mason University and a fellow at the NYU School of Law. Dr. Rajagopalan writes The Impartial Spectator in Mint and is the host of the Ideas of India podcast. Our next speaker, Sajjid Chinoy. Sajjid is Managing Director and Chief Indian Economist at JP Morgan. He also serves as a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. He was a member of the 15th Finance Commission's Advisory Council and has served on several committees instituted by the Reserve Bank of India. Sajjid has previously worked at the International Monetary Fund and McKinsey & Company. Please do remember to comment by typing into the comment section on your screens. Ladies and gentlemen, now presenting Asia Vision 2021 Vivan Sharan, Mihir Sharma, Parag Khanna and Shruti Rajagopalan in conversation with Sajjid, Chinoy. Enjoy the session.
There's a growing chorus over the last decade that the 19th century was that of Europe, the 20th century belonged to North America, but the 21st century really is Asia's. And a recent report by McKinsey pointed out that by 2040, Asian GDP would exceed 50% of global GDP. 50% of incremental consumer demand will come, in fact, from Asia. And as we all know, China's GDP is expected to be the largest in the world sometime over the next decade. So let me start with Parag. Parag, this is a topic close to your heart. You've written passionately about this, about why this is the Asian century. And you've also kind of spoken about the fact that we will see an Asianification of Asia. So A, what do you mean by that? And B, what makes you so excited about Asia's prospects in the coming decades and over the next century?
Well, thank you so much, Adit. It's great to join this conversation. I'd like to think that in addition to writing passionately, which is subjective, I'd like to think that I just wrote analytically about it. And I think it's important to make that distinction because a lot of people pontificate as to when and if and whether Asia will be the center of the world's gravity. And it's not really up to those people, wherever they may sit, most likely, obviously, in a Western country, to decide, whenever they have their moment of enlightenment is not when the Asian century begins. Quite frankly, I was going to call the book The Present is Asian, but that obviously makes for a really ridiculous book title because the world already is Asian. It's demographically Asian, it's economically Asian, it's Asian in countless ways. And all that's required for the world to be Asianized, to get to your question, is that Asia needs to be further Asianized because Asia is already most of the world. Now, what we've seen for the last 30 years in particular, and I do mean exactly 30 years because it was 30 years ago that the Soviet Union collapsed, is that a variety of mechanisms, of processes have really accelerated in terms of intra-regional integration. Or interdependence, I should say. I don't want to imply in any way that this is an inexorably peaceful process because it isn't necessarily at all. However, it is one of deepening interdependence. You see it in commodities markets, industrial supply chains, the financial sector, capital flows, movements of people, infrastructure, obviously. In so many ways, you have seen that the biggest story of the last 30 years is literally the Asianization of Asia and the rise of Asia collectively at different speeds, a multi-speed, a multi-tiered Asia. And China is just one part of that. And to me, really, my biggest agenda was that we not have a Sino-centric view of Asia when you have 3+ billion Asians who are not Chinese. And of course, we're entering this fourth wave of Asian growth after Japan, after the Tigers, after China, and this fourth wave, of course, is centered on India and Southeast Asia, younger societies, pre-pandemic at least, having fast growth rates, and likely to be, again, another anchor or driver of the Asian future.
Thank you, Parag. That's a terrific start. Let me take this to Shruti and play devil's advocate just for a second, since I have the liberty to do so. And Parag spoke about the increased integration within Asia and the increased trade, but there's still a particular pattern to that trade. And the pattern is such that a lot of non-Chinese economies export intermediate goods to China, ranging from between 30 to 50% of their total exports. China then, exports final manufactured products to G3 economies. So in a way, China's prospects, despite the rebalancing, is still levered to the G3 economies. And to the extent that China is expected to slow in the coming, inevitably in the coming years and decades, that could provide some sort of headwinds for these other Southeast Asian economies. Added to that is the fact that perhaps, just perhaps in a post-COVID world, some of these supply chains get smaller and shorter, and this accentuates deglobalization. And then the third factor is what we often don't pay attention to is dependency ratios. Many parts of Asia are aging. And over the next 15 years, we will see very big increase in dependencies. So given all of those, is there a risk we're overestimating Asia's potential? Could there be a surprise to the downside, Shruti?
The way I would think about this question is, I think there are sort of two parallelly running forces. If I were to invoke this in the sense of economists, there is one sense of, the Adam Smithian gains from trade, and the other are sort of, Schumpeterian gains from creative destruction, right? I think in the Smithian gains of trade contest, I think China is the clear winner. and it is very difficult to bypass China. I think Bangladesh has made, some headwinds in doing it somewhat successfully and actually striking better trade agreements, directly with the G3 countries and so on. The rest of South Asia, large parts of Asia are still a little bit behind, as you pointed out. The trade routes still run through China in some sense because of the nature of the manufacturing hub in China. Now, on the other side, in terms of Schumpeterian gains, if I were to think about technology, right, especially anything that has to do with network goods and network effects, right, there I think these other countries have a lot more leverage. So, for instance, Netflix, despite the fact that India is much poorer than China, is going to have to make far more South Asian content because put together, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh are just more eyeballs. Right? And in some sense, when it comes to network goods, the size of the market is the determining factor of the market, right? Gaining the market is competing for the entire market, not just in the market. So on those sorts of margins, another example of technology is machine learning, right? Machine learning, again, depends on literally the body count. So if you're thinking about something like how to do better laparoscopic surgeries, right, through computer adaptive technology, in those sorts of things, I mean, for every surgery that they do in the developed world, you do about 10 in India, right? So the future of growth in those kinds of technologies, machine learning, when it comes to data collection and information, I think in those sorts of areas, non-Chinese countries, especially those where the dependency ratios are better, which are younger, will have a sort of disproportionate say in the matter relative to their GDP per capita.
Thank you. Shruti, you brought up technology, and that's a good segue to Vivan. Vivan, for all practical purposes, we're in the midst of this fourth industrial revolution. A technological revolution. And the trade war, some would argue, between the US and China is simply a proxy for a technology war that's playing out. The question is, how is Asia poised to do in this revolution, in this technological revolution? One set of concerns that some folks have around the world is, even though Asia is great for replication and production of technology, maybe China still doesn't have expertise in foundational technologies. Is that a fair assessment, Vivan? And more generally, how is Asia poised to do in this next industrial revolution, so to speak?
Fair question, of course. If we think of tech as some sort of a silver bullet, which places Asia at par with the developed world, we have to think about whether that's really panning out. This type of thinking of tech as a silver bullet has already existed in India for a few years, particularly with digitalization, and intensified with COVID. The app economy, the provision of healthcare through applications and monitoring and surveillance and so on. This has actually led to a hardening of an impulse to make up for fundamental deficits in state capacity or even deindustrialization through digital and technology-led solutions. This is reflected in rhetoric around data as oil, or the notion, as I mentioned, that deindustrialization is no longer a problem since digitization is here to compensate. This is sort of akin to the Dutch disease, the discovery of natural gas in the Netherlands in the 1960s, which led to sort of deprioritization of other industrial sectors. The fact is that countries like India have lost 30 million white-collar jobs. They're not coming back anytime soon just through digitalization. Also, it reflects in a confusion of policy objectives linked to globalization of technology, which you mentioned, and the role of digital trade in regional integration. For instance, India has already walked out of the RCEP in 2019. It can come back, but one of the reasons for walking out was there's a digital trade chapter in RCEP, aside from, of course, emphasis on dairy and agri, where India feels uncomfortable. It's also not conceded to Japan's conceptualization of something called data free flow with trust under the G20, which was to create safe harbors for cross-border data flows and suggested under the Japanese presidency. But while the factors that have hardened India's digital and tech protectionism over the last few years are unique to it, I think the contradictions in an Asian vision on tech or digital are visible across the continent. So just to give you a few examples, take the example of Japan and South Korea that align on this free flow of data concept across borders, but have very different philosophies on how much control they exert over freedom of expression online. South Korea, for instance, pre-censors all its creative content online, whereas of course Japan is laissez-faire. Similar compulsions you see in countries like Vietnam and Singapore that are basically US allies but have very strong protections on speech online. Countries like China and Russia have taken strict controls on political speech at the level of infrastructure and so on. And India also seems to be taking a similar route, which is antithetical again to some of the democratic impulses that have shaped the country so far. India, again, to highlight yet another contradiction, aligns with the US, with Japan and Australia on national security perspectives on supply chains and electronics manufacturing and so on. But it's also on the other side of disputes that it has with the US, Japan, EU, all again sort of natural strategic partners as it builds out its strengths in Asia. At the WTO, where it's been alleged to flout obligations it has under the Information Technology Agreement of the WTO. So as it stands now, outside of the US allies, the traditional allies, the consensus in Asia seems to be to increase state control, surveillance, reduce political and creative freedom online, and do what it takes to localize supply chains. So very interest-led approach, not a values-led one. Moreover, Beijing seems to be at the center of power here still, with even in this new economy, while the US, for instance, accounted for 45% of data flows in and out of China in 2001. That figure has dropped to 25% today. And Asian countries now make up more than half the total, particularly Vietnam at 17% and Singapore at 15%. So, you know, there's a sort of concentration here. This is a vicious cycle because just as India looked at emulating China to erect barriers to catch up on the manufacturing piece, it's doing the same on digital to catch up on this sort of data democratization that has happened in China and so on and so forth. So what does all of this mean? I think the lack of Asian consensus on what models of trust to establish for digital trade is going to be problematic. But more importantly, the lack of consensus at the second tier of powers, which I think you alluded to, Sajjid, which need to combine strengths outside of China, you still see a lack of a unifying vision. And it's not clear how state control and freedom of trade can coexist in digital, where the latter is more of a binary, because you can put fetters on digital much easier than you can in physical trade. It's an on and off switch at the level of, say, internet service provision and so on. So while technical knowledge needs to flow between countries, you need to come up with some sort of an ideological framework or a working framework for the second tier of powers in Asia to work on the fourth industrial revolution together. And perhaps not be confused by the Chinese model, because China, had this sort of first past the post, success in manufacturing, and closely followed by Vietnam, a country bombed to rubble just 40, 50 years ago. India didn't manage to catch up, and now it feels like it's missing out on the digital piece of the puzzle too. And so do other countries, by the way, which are similarly aligned to India in terms of the Chinese posture. So I think this confusion, this China envy mixed with state control, digital protectionism, and still the rise of China in digital despite its barriers, all confuse and muddle policy making and policy objectives in Asia. And a lot more needs to be done to pull us out of this, take a step back perhaps.
Mihir, as Parag was saying, Asia has been characterized by three growth miracles. You had Japan, you had the Asian tigers, you had China. Now, if Asia has to keep up those high growth rates going forward, the mantle will inevitably have to fall in South Asia. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Southeast Asia. I mean, South Asia, for instance, constitutes about 20% of Asian GDP in PPP terms. So how do you assess the prospects of South Asia, and how important will it be for this part of the region to integrate itself, either through physical or digital trade with the rest of the region?
Yeah, so thanks, Sajjid. That's a great question. These three stages, three surges, in fact, of Asian growth that Parag referred to, I think that what we need to do in South Asia in particular, since you're asking about South Asia, is to step back and try and identify what do they have in common, what were the drivers, and so on and so forth. And I think that there were three things that we should look at here. as underlying those spurts. The first, and we've known this for a couple of decades, in fact, since a bunch of economists decomposed that growth, did sort of forensic accounting and worked out what was responsible for that growth. The first thing that happened was that essentially there was an increase in what in economics they call factors of production, and you and I would call, basically the amount of labor that was employed, the number of people in the job market, the amount of capital that actually poured into those countries. And the biggest aspect of that increase in factor utilization in the Asian tigers in particular was the entry of women into the labor force, right? So we have to try and figure out, for example, whether that similar dynamic is happening in South Asia. And spoiler alert, it's not. We're actually going in the opposite direction. What was the second of these underlying factors in these surges for Asia in the past? Well, I think the second factor that we have to accept was that there was an increase in labor productivity. So the people who came into the market began to be more productive, began to earn more in a way, but also began to produce more. And are we prepared in South Asia, in India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, for that kind of surge in labor productivity? And the answer is maybe, maybe not. One of the reasons why we should be a little skeptical that that would apply here is that, for example, our educational attainments and our health and other social networks, support systems are really not up to the caliber of even what they were in places like Korea, post-war Korea, which was otherwise devastated. We have, according to independent estimates of educational attainment in India in particular, we have a large proportion of our high school graduates who cannot actually cannot read or count even at class 4 level. And that's not the kind of labor force that is going to be able to maintain or to push this kind of surge that we saw in the rest of Asia. And what is the third aspect of this, which is, well, each of those previous tigers or surges or whatever you want to call them, each of the countries in those benefited from being closely integrated, closely tied to the global centers of growth of the past. Even Japan, back in the 60s when it was rebuilding, when it was going through its own miracle period, was exporting to countries like the US, and at that point people were saying things like, oh, made in Japan is tacky, it's cheap, it's small cars and transistors. It's hard for us to think of that now. But the fact remains that without integration into the centers of global growth, it's very hard to picture how anyone could replicate these previous surges that Asia has shown. And therefore, we have to ask ourselves, in South Asia in particular, how will we overcome the barriers that we currently have? One classic answer in India and South Asia has always been, oh, we'll leapfrog it somehow. 20 years ago, we used to say, we don't need manufacturing, we're a services economy. Now we say, oh, we don't need anything, we're a data economy. These sort of this magical thinking about the silver bullet that will cause us to develop in a different way than anybody ever has in history. Frankly, I don't think any of us should have a lot of time for. But the other more humble, more, somewhat greater humility and more real, more rational approach to these problems is to sit down and say, okay, we have these three barriers, let's figure out how we can overcome them. And I think that if we just had a slightly cool head, even for the next 5 or 7 years, we could still be part of the next Asian surge. If we don't try and address these barriers, women in the workforce, low education, lack of integration with the world, then we will not be part of the next Asian surge. It's that simple.
Mihir alluded to this. This is the classic work by Alban Young in the 1990s and Paul Krugman, which deconstructed the tiger economies and found that a lot of it was just factor accumulation. And that's not a bad thing. It was labor force participation, as Mihir said. It was human capital accumulation. It was capital deepening more generally. And when you strip that all out, actual total factor productivity, TFP, wasn't that strong. Now, I guess my question going forward, Parag, is that's the sense you get as well, that in the services sectors of some of these economies in Asia, TFP growth, while it's disparate and heterogeneous, may not be the strongest. And to the extent that the global trading paradigm is going to change, we're going to move more to service-oriented global value chains. That's where the trading of the future lies. Is how prepared is Asia to compete globally in the services economy, and how prepared is Asia to up TFP growth once you exhaust factors of production?
Well, there's a great set of questions there and already very excellent comments that have been made that partially get at these answers. There's so many things I want to respond to in terms of what's already been said as well. First of all, poorer regions tend to have low levels of trade integration, so I don't think it's a terrible knock on either South Asia, which obviously has geopolitical obstacles as well, or even Southeast Asia. I live in this region of Southeast Asia, and for many years, people have said ASEAN's intra integration is so low. Well, of course it is. It's very poor. And as of course these economies grow, we're seeing that number rise. Is that percentage going to rise as a share of the region's total trade? Perhaps not, even as they get wealthier. Why? Because this region has also become a factory floor of the world, and it's participating very aggressively in open regionalism. It's trading with Japan, it's trading with China, it's trading with the United States, it's trading with Europe. So of course, also being an export powerhouse for the world is going to keep that internal intra level of trade low. So let's not get hung up too much on the percentages and look more at the trajectory of the overall figures, which is actually quite positive, right? So India, for example, for the reasons mentioned earlier, not joining RCEP, and it should be noted that all of the countries east of India, made a very warm statement saying that India is welcome to join at any time, but had its own reasons in terms of the extent to which IP and technology and digital is covered or not. But India does intend, again, pandemic notwithstanding, to reduce those trade deficits through look-ease policy, through bilateral arrangements and so on. So long as we're seeing the volumes of trade grow, going back to the sort of Smithian approach, right? I think that is a generally positive sign. Now, in terms of the digital and technology and productivity, I want to put aside for a minute just productivity, simply because I think, as everyone ought to agree, we don't do a very good job of measuring productivity in light of the advent of low-cost digital services and the impact it has. Second point I'd like to make is that this is really not simply a replication of the tiger economy, era of the 70s and 80s, because unlike then, the majority of economies in this region are already services driven. So services to GDP is well over 50%, if not 60, 70% across the region. So in other words, much of the net new labor job creation in manufacturing industry, export related industries is coming to this region as a result of the wage arbitrage as China gets expensive and the new trade agreements and the geopolitical frictions. However, these economies are not nearly as dependent on it. Why? Well, because they've been urbanizing, right? Because they've been digitizing, because they've been financializing, all at the same time. I'm not going to use the word leapfrogs. I'll use it with the same cynical sort of, quotation marks as before. But I will say, though, that these add up to a lot of endogenous sort of growth, right? And the reason why we shouldn't necessarily view it as a linear trajectory in terms of the impact that the digitization has, and also the industrial work, is because so much is coming or being generated through foreign investment, right? And with that, what we see with the factories in Vietnam or even in Thailand is that the kind of factory of the future model, some of the latest technology from Europe, from the United States, with 5G, IoT, and so forth, is coming right here to some of the poorer countries. So we are going to see a pretty substantial increase in the efficiency of output, and we're going to see reverse exports flourish back into China, ideally, if China holds up its end of the bargain. We're certainly going to see more foreign investment into the region from Europe and from the United States. So I think that if you take all these things together, you can continue to formulate a fairly positive picture about the region, irrespective of what specific statistical measures that are quite, I would say, again, conventional and outdated would tell us.
Thank you, Parag. That's really interesting. Let me just shift a little bit to geopolitics and turn to Shruti to ask, ultimately, one key risk for this region is, the great power battle between the US and China that's ongoing, and what the collateral impact of that might be in other countries in the region. You've seen many Asian economies with deep economic linkages to China, and yet many of them are reliant on the US for security. So they're walking this fine line. So I guess, how big a threat is the US-China trade/technology conflict? and what can the rest of Asia do to kind of insulate itself from this?
To be honest, I think the geopolitics can shift quite rapidly in a way that supply chains and trade relationships don't quite shift as quickly. So I think there's always a lag. Now, that can be both a good thing and a bad thing, in the sense that you could be involved in negotiating certain, or almost in a trade war on certain margins if it comes to intellectual property, and you could still be getting your microchips supplied from the same country. It's just a completely different sector. It's a different group of vendors. It's different interest groups, right? So I think we often make more of the trade relationship than there is, because at the end of the day, everyone only wants to buy from someone who's competitive, right? So the trade war gets into the picture, the geopolitics comes into the picture only if it's actually going to lead to higher tariffs in some sense, right? And a lot of times that doesn't happen. And even if it leads to higher tariffs, it's maybe in one or two areas where the trade war is ongoing. Everything does not become more expensive, right? So I think the only way to deal with the geopolitics strategically is to deal with it as if it doesn't exist. It is to be cheap and competitive. As Mihir pointed out, India's biggest problem has been that it is not competitive on any margin. Now, let's come to the point that Mihir mentioned about services. 20 years ago, it was services, now it's data. Services is no silver bullet. And that's true on two margins. So one is, for services to be the driver of an economy, India has a slight advantage because it's a very large economy, right? So once again, the size of the number of people matters here. South Korea can get away only by exporting human hair. India can also get away by having a lot of people cutting hair, because you can't export a haircut while you can export hair, right? So there are some advantages that India has over South Korea or Bangladesh or Pakistan. But even then, the services has a cap. For services to be competitive and for the economy to be driven by services instead of in terms of having a pull effect on incomes, especially of the poorest groups, either the most productive people need to generate such Schumpeterian gains that you can redistribute and pull everyone in the economy. Barring that, everyone needs to provide their services cheaper and become extremely competitive. So I think the big problem in India is when we talk about services 20 years ago, or when we talk about data now, there's a certain kind of elitism. There's almost as if India has this aversion to saying, we will supply the world goods for cheap. Nobody wants to make that statement. And frankly, every single success story we've had in the world, South Korea, Vietnam, China, they basically made their bones by providing the world things way cheaper than anyone else. And of course, as it's been pointed out before, they got tagged as, bad products, bad design, cheap quality. But at the end of the day, that's really what their growth trajectory was. So unless we get cheaper, I think, the geopolitics can help on certain margins, hurt on minor margins, but it can't do too much. The real problem is this anti-competitiveness, which is inbuilt in South Asian economies because of factor markets.
Yeah, and as you said, the cheapness is a byproduct of productivity gains. And to underscore the point you made, no, emerging market has grown at 7-8% for a decade without relying on export. So we'll have to, ultimately export our way, whether it's goods or services. I think we can be agnostic about that. But Vivan, let me just take that trade point to you, just to round off the earlier discussion. So what does a Biden presidency really mean for Asia, right? To the extent that there is a renewed focus on multilateralism or rules-based international order, that should augur well for Asia, right? You should see trade prospects rise, investment prospects rise, or do you think that gets swamped again by this U.S.-China narrative?
Tough question, but I think, just to framing of this discussion, which I think is based on Parag's concept of 4 Asias, I think you see many more Asias within each country now, and it's getting starker with COVID. So you have multi-speed economies with multi-speed recoveries, and that really impacts the level of nationalism or protectionism within different constituencies and different countries. So to the extent that the Biden administration can bite the bullet and engender another or recast the pivot to Asia in a much stronger mold, it'll find it hard to navigate these headwinds. So just as an example, I think over the last 10 years, Japan's total ODA or overseas development assistance to India is in the ballpark of about $10 billion, which is significant. And most of that has been for regional connectivity projects and so on, as you know. But the US has committed just under $1 billion, around $800 million in the same period. Now, the US cannot hope to continue to bank on the exportability of its economic and cultural model to convince this heterogeneous bunch of people in countries like India that their political, economic aspirations are aligned with America's vision for the world. And this gets further complicated with the immersive ubiquity of technology as we know it, where these fragmented groups of people find it very hard to to navigate and become coherent in their demands of accountability or outcomes from their governments. And they're easily influenced by commercial and political influence operations and so on and so forth. This means that political monopolies in Asia will also get harder to break with the adoption and dissemination and diffusion of technology that comes with this foreign direct investment and fourth industrial revolution. Is the US prepared to sort of counteract some of these things with hard investments through the pivot to Asia is a question that really is something that is somewhat of an open one. And their commitment will have to be much harder than it has been so far, because like I said, the exportability of the model is more under question today than it ever has been. And if digital is any indication of that, where you see that the Asian model really in digital is very distinct from the US model, despite the fact that impulses within Asia of democracy, etc., the second tier of powers still holds. So this contradiction is hard to reconcile, perhaps without an external push or a nudge that helps rebalance some of these asymmetries or inconsistencies.
Mihir, I just want to turn to you, and we've spoken about all the risks, but let's just appreciate some of the positives here. We're just coming off a once in a century pandemic, and you just have to look at Asia's performance versus the rest of the world. One way to measure that is to look at cumulative number of deaths per million. Asia is about 27 deaths per million last I checked. Latin America is 1150. Emerging Europe is 705. Developed economies are 1100, right? These are orders of magnitude better in Asia. And some would argue that this is, just better state capacity in Asia, generally, greater public trust, greater social cohesion. And folks like Kishore Mehbubani say that, in a way, this kind of hastens the power shift to Asia, that this just reveals the Asian century has already begun. How would you explain this very different performance of Asia in the pandemic, and what is the signal about the future?
Thanks, Sajjid. I think that this is going to be one of the sort of great questions going forward. What explained Asia's outperformance? Because I don't think it can be just state capacity. Some societies, some countries definitely had more effective states. Others that did not. Pakistan's have also done well. It can't merely be trust, because I think that if you look at various scores or surveys of trust, whether in the government or in other social institutions, they vary widely across countries in Asia that have all done very well. None of these explanations are completely satisfactory. Maybe it's an interaction of several factors, including favorable demographics, early shutdowns, we don't know. And I think that we should be, as far as possible, considerably more agnostic than Mr. Mehbubani has been, and not jump to a conclusion about what it means and what it could imply. That said, what does it mean going forward? I think that here we have to recognize that it's not just about about the human cost, which fortunately much of Asia has escaped. But it is, as Vivan said, about the two-track recovery. And two-track recovery, not just in terms of economic, of how swiftly we're getting back to a normal GDP, but also in terms of how close you return to a pre-pandemic potential GDP. because in some countries I think we may be at a permanently lower path. How quickly you can reintegrate into the world in terms of tourism. There are some countries which may take 2, 3 years, 4 years in order to be fully open for business. So there is a significant a disadvantage that a lot of Asia will face going forward. And we don't know how much that is, where it's going to be. We don't know how it's going to play out. So I think I would just like to beg for a little humility here. I've heard this argument a lot, that it's demonstrated, the pandemic has demonstrated X, it's demonstrated Y, it's demonstrated damn all. We're still in the middle of it, we don't know what's going to happen. All right, so please shut up, everybody.
Point well taken. We'll wait for the history books to tell us more. Shruti, I know you had something to say on this.
Yeah, so, I absolutely agree with Mihir that, we're in the middle of this. We're still going through the data that are coming in, and it's hard to say conclusively one way or another. And what I want to say is this is not to take away from some of the Asian successes. Yes, there were some decisive decisions taken and some demographic advantages. But one slightly counterintuitive thing that I would like to point out is that a lot of the richer countries where the fatality rates were very high, one possible reason is also that these countries have better healthcare systems. So they are much better at keeping people alive longer despite their comorbidities, right? So one of the things that is driven, in these countries, that there's very high rates of death amongst the elderly with a lot of comorbidities. You don't see that in some of the poorer countries and some of the Asian countries, because frankly, the circumstances don't allow them to live up to that point, right? And in Asian countries or poorer countries, people who do make it past that point are more robust. Right? So there is this, what they call survivorship bias. I believe, Anupama and some other people have written about this. So I think this is something we must keep in mind when it comes to the developed world. One of the reasons Italy had so many deaths is its healthcare system allows a lot of people who are above 75 to survive with heart disease and diabetes and high blood pressure and so on and so forth. And I think on that margin, a lot of humility is required, and we must take care to make huge investments in, healthcare in Asian countries, especially now that we're younger. There will come a time, when these populations also age and impose an enormous stress on the healthcare system. So the time to make those investments is now. And I think it's too soon to do the victory lap on, us fighting COVID and driving it away with slogans and, bartans and things like that. So I think we need to be careful.
No, point well taken. There are many factors at play, and we'll have to carefully disentangle this, many years after the fact. I've been told I have a couple of minutes, so let me take final comments from Parag and Vivan. Parag, just to step back on the geopolitics here, because in the last couple of years, you've seen a fair number of territorial and maritime disputes in the region. Do you think that the geopolitical pressures are the biggest risk to this Asian century?
Not necessarily. I think on the one hand, from a sort of, in terms of the backdrop, yes, all of the major World War III scenarios are here in Asia. There's no important or, systemically relevant, let's say, international boundary dispute anywhere else in the world, not even Russia, Crimea, right? That's in any case pretty much done. Crimea is not, Ukraine is not getting it back. So, I track 8 or 9 major conflict situations here in Asia proper, and any one of them could blow up. But the difference between Asia and, say, Europe is that, this is not a claustrophobic region. Each of these tensions and dilemmas has its, unique historical origins, certainly pre-legal in the sense of pre-modern international law, pre-colonial in many instances. And they're quite far apart from each other. So you could have, the India-China border situation. You could have the South China Sea, Taiwan, Senkaku Islands, North Korea. Each of these is quite distinct. I don't foresee some kind of 1914 Europe chain reaction pattern. All of Asia suddenly glows up in smoke simply because, one of these conflicts breaks out, right? And one of them will, inevitably, of course. We've been lucky for the last 30 years that Asian powers have pursued the kind of geo-economic course of, again, convergence, and kept the geopolitics suppressed. But we really won't be so lucky. One of these is going to explode. Does that derail the entire Asian story? I really don't think it does, right? Because one of the things to remember, again, as you said, step back. Well, let's step back and be very blunt about it. Conflicts come and go. And when they're over, there's a settlement. There's a winner and a loser. It's unfair, but there is ultimately a resolution. And after that resolution, countries move on and they carry on building the Silk Roads between each other. You think about the Balkans in the 1990s versus the Balkans today. So, if it happens, it happens. It's unfortunate. The broader point is that I think that for Asian powers to be taken seriously on the global diplomatic stage, beyond just their individual clout, but collectively, they should demonstrate a lot more diplomatic maturity. They shouldn't require the United States to break up a spat dating back to World War II between Japan and South Korea, two, quite frankly, far more mature and effective democracies than America is. It's quite frankly embarrassing for the Japanese and the Koreans, and I wish that they would see it that way. So I think each and every one of these, potential flashpoints has a potential, has a obvious, actually, literally an obvious resolution and solution, including India, China, of course, by the way. And it remains up to Asian powers to demonstrate the statesmanship to resolve them. And if we can, one by one, I think that will reinforce the case for the Asian century.
Thanks, Parag. I've been told that time's completely out. This has been a terrific panel. I think we've barely scratched the surface. We could go on for another hour easily, but I've been told that that's it.
Thank you, Vivan, Sharan, Mihir Sharma, Parag Khanna, Shruti Rajagopalan and Sajjid Chinoy for this fantastic conversation. We thank our celebration partners, Diageo. Thank you all for watching and being such a great audience. Please stay logged on to continue to watch with us the series of exciting sessions featuring a stellar list of speakers that have been specially curated for you. As you're aware, the cultural sector has been critically impacted by the pandemic, and while we have braced ourselves to embrace the new normal, we have struggled to ensure that we can continue to bring you a free flow of knowledge and ideas. We would love for you to support us at Teamwork Arts. Any contribution is welcome and would help spread knowledge and ideas seamlessly against all odds. Please tweet using hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 @JaipurLitFest. The festival is protected by Dettol. Hope to see you in the next session.
We all have a choice. What's yours gonna be? Walk on, walk far. Keep going. That's me. Shake off the past. We're on our way to be free. Break loose. Do it now. Keep going. That's me. Get back where we belong. Melt yesterday away. Tomorrow will be new. There is no other way. Keep going. That's me. Laugh again, meet again, tell the world there's just so much to say. And now we're done waiting. And now we're done waiting. That's me. That's me. Keep going. That's me. That's me. That's me. We all have a choice. What's yours gonna be? Walk into the future. Keep going. That's me.
Onoring pahang nyomon kana. Onore ria nyutum do huyuk kana tirpit. Ontor ria khoj moner ria tetang Markot aste nyirak kanang ing noa pahata khon hana pahata. Pub, Pochim, Uttor, Dokhin, Bir Buru, Tandi Tikur, Koyo Achurain, Chod, Head, Amgin Pajame, Amdosari, Jion Dahar, Chandotol Ari. Dahar Arho, Timin Sangin, Tik Akan, Adige Achur Pachur, Ghutu Kharang, Oda Hawet, Losot Lejet, Situng Japur, Riyar Rabang Nyut, Deyakate, Dhadosh Botor, Hiska Hurlung, Hape Tangitara, Banu Jiro, Seta Khona Ayub, Letar Taram, As Domena, Muchud, Kondel Nyapam, Rahala Rimil, Leka Moneting, Uda Kana, Da Daram, Chedeleka, Serma Japa, Eken, Todang Refarkau, Hisit Hoi Rea, Hului Taki, Suyur Suyur, Lutur Video Khai Khoi, Ontor Mone Jadgo, Dog Nadi Dalai, Langa Mone Farnau, Beda Ahla Putio, Ruska Rushika Monetin Doi, Ene Oiko, Samud Gitil Urkum Hobore, Indo Eskar, Dhutge Koyo, Happy Am Daram Tangire, Hota Pasir Da Ama Girai Saterai, Titi Tango Mihi Arang E Dilai, Helkau Taki Ruor Da E Gauj, Kolom Tudu Te Tarasakam Perejo, Honor He Arshire, Ama Rup Jhalka Bilit, Tetang Monei Markot, Ontor Monei Tirpit. Now I am reciting the English translation of my Shantali poem. The name of the poem is Satiety. Queries of heart, thirst of mind, I run to fulfill from hither to the other. East, west, north, south, forest, hills, fields, heaths, look around, up and down, search for you the truth, way of life God made forth. How long the road runs, stretched so zigzag, hips, holes, moist, muddy, sleepy, warmth, wet, chilling, dark, assiding, panic-stricken fear, no option for rest or wait, ceaseless walk from morning to evening, hope to meet you fondly at the ending. My mind alike rain clouds, floating as a skylark, sky-touched height over the vacuum, gentle winds, soft touch, whispers close to ear, dances the joyful heart, relieves tired mind with belief clear, gay mind dances with cheer. I in the lap of lonely warm beach, looking for you with grey vision, sprinkling water, forecast your arrival. Seagulls shriek a hopeful mail, raising waves give waving call, pages filled with dotted lines, poem mirror reflects your portrait vivid, thirst quenched, my heart fulfilled.
The Jaipur bookmark reflects the core values of the publishing industry, and it brings together some of the greatest publishing professionals from around the world.
जयपुर बुकमार्क एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जहाँ पे कि बिजनेस को समझने का एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलता है. सो आई थिंक JBM इज समथिंग विच इज़ फैंटास्टिक एंड पीपल हु डोंट नो अबाउट इट, उनको आना चाहिए, उनको इसका हिस्सा बनना चाहिए.
Jaipur Bookmark. Come and celebrate literature, meet authors, agents, publishers. Join us at the Jaipur Bookmark. Thirteen years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version. We're delighted to welcome you from Diggi Palace to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival protected by Dettol. It's our pleasure to present Unfinished, Priyanka Chopra Jonas, in conversation with Shobhaa. Unfinished is one of the most exciting and inspirational books of the year, following Priyanka Chopra Jonas' journey through life and cinema. The memoir takes readers from her childhood in India through her formative teenage years in the United States to her return to India, where she unexpectedly won the national and global beauty pageants Miss India and Miss World that launched her acting career. The result is a book that's warm, funny, sassy, inspiring, bold, and rebellious, and will inspire, hopefully, a generation around the world to gather their courage, embrace their ambition, and commit to the hard work of following their dreams. A National Film Award winner with more than 60 international and Hollywood films to her credit, Chopra Jonas made her American TV acting debut on the ABC TV hit drama Quantico, where she made history as the first Indian-born actor to star as the lead of a TV drama series. She's a global UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador, recipient of the prestigious Danny Kaye Humanitarian Award, and is also involved in a number of efforts to protect children's rights and to promote the education of girls around the world, including her namesake charity, the Priyanka Chopra Foundation for Health and Education. In conversation with author and columnist Shobhaa. Priyanka Chopra Jonas is a multifaceted talent who's one of the most recognized personalities in the world, a National Film Award winner with more than 60 international and Hollywood films to her credit. She was featured on the cover of Time magazine's coveted Time 100 issue, named as one of the most influential people in the world and recognized as one of Forbes' most powerful women. Chopra Jonas is a global UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador and received the prestigious Danny Kaye Humanitarian Award. Shobhaa has written extensively on India's socio-cultural political contours for over 4 decades. Her books include several bestsellers such as Socialite Evenings, Starry Nights, Superstar India, Sajjid, and 70, and To Hell With It. Her most recently published book is Srilaji. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section below. Ladies and gentlemen, unfinished. Priyanka Chopra joins us, conversation with Shobhaa.
Thank you, Sean Joy, and
Thank you
wonderful,
so much,
Priyanka, to see you looking so glorious. Congratulations on the book. I have to tell you, I read it in one straight go last
My
night.
hands are wet thinking about that. You read the book.
I have read it. I know it almost by every line. So let me start with the last chapter first.
Okay.
Because to me, that was the most moving chapter. It was very evocative. By then, I could sense that you'd come into your own as a writer, because the first few chapters, naturally, for a first book, you're finding your voice. Now, for a memoir, it's very important that the voice makes itself heard. You want to see the person, and most importantly, you want to hear that person when you're reading the book. And I found the last chapter sort of, in so many different ways, the whole book came together for me wonderfully and beautifully. It summed up your life in a way that is not boastful, and it was reflective. I liked your concept of a home with the many rooms, the home that's unfinished, which is where I guess you got the title from. Though I would as easily have called it the White Tigress, having watched you in that very recently. Also a superb performance, and I believe maybe up for an Oscar nomination. So if that happens, wow and wow again. So the last chapter talks about your efforts with the girl child. Let me ask you about Choti, because that fascinated me, the little girl in your home who was 5 years old. And you've written about her very, very movingly, and how at that age, that realization dawned on you that so many little girls across the world do not have access to education, to sanitation, to health, to all the things that we take so much for granted. So let's start there. Your learning years through your parents and through Choti, how that grew into something so global and so big today, the foundation.
Well, thank you, Shobhaa ma'am, first of all, for saying all the lovely things. Thank you for giving my book a chance. First of all, having read it just makes me very, very excited. And, you know, I'm really glad you felt that way in the last chapter where it all comes together, because sort of that was the idea for me, that I am at a place right now in my life where I feel like I've come together, where, you know, every vertical of my life is sort of in control. I'm in control and in charge of everything that I'm trying to do. And I'm glad the book reflects that, because the journey to get there was meandering, and, you know, I didn't have my footing. I was a young girl thrown into this crazy industry, and kind of navigated my own way, you know. But Choti is a really important part of it, because it shaped just the person I am. And I think that idea of being aware of the world around you was inculcated in me through my parents when I was a child. It was not something we were, you know, शाबाशी नहीं मिलती थी हमको अगर हमने कुछ ऐसा किया. ऐसा नहीं है कि अच्छा very good you thought about that person. If you shared your doll with somebody else, शाबाशी नहीं मिलती थी. हमेशा मेरे dad बोलते थे कि, you know, mom actually कहती है कि whoever, no matter how badly off you are in the world, somebody is worse off than you. और ये बचपन से सुना है मैंने, that, you know, you have to always be acutely aware of what is happening around you. And that's what I felt with Choti, which is the little girl who, you know, her mom used to work at our house as a cook, and she very casually said to me that I don't go to school anymore. And it was such a like nonchalant thing. I was like, why don't you go to school anymore? And it was just, you know, my brothers have to go, that's why. Like, there was no, she didn't understand that that was a violation of her rights. And that provoked me and that moved me, because I am a daughter of the same country, and my parents raised me with, you know, encouragement and having an opinion and, you know, having choices in my own life, decisions according to my desires. And here was a girl who was a daughter of the same country who didn't even have an idea that she had choices. And that really moved me to sort of, in my way, at least as an entertainer, that's all I can do, right? I'm not a lawmaker. I'm not someone that can actually really change things, but I can provoke things to maybe move towards change. And I tried to do that with whether it was my philanthropy, whether it's the work that I align myself with, whether it's the decisions I make for me. I think that even that for matter is like the more people we see out there, the more empowering it is for young girls, I feel. And we need to, like, I would love your daughter to be one of those people who, is like, I want to take charge of my own life. If even one person can think like that, because maybe I did, I think I would have won.
The spunkiness that you're talking about, early childhood, early awareness of who you are. There's a wonderful anecdote about when your parents got one of their homes and they had a nameplate outside the door, which talked about your father and his designation, your mother, they're both doctors, and her designation, they were both in the army. And you turned around and said, but what about me? Don't I live in the same house? Where's my nameplate? I loved it. And your father didn't mock you for it. Your mother didn't mock you. They said, oh, yes, you're right. I mean, you share a home, we share it together, and why shouldn't your name be there? So the nameplate is what I loved the most. It said, Miss Mimi Priyanka Chopra, Upper KG. But it says so much about the way they raised you. It says so much about the love and confidence that they gave you. Now, throughout the book, there are two men who dominate the narrative. Your father, don't get so worried, and your husband. Your father is such an intrinsic part of your life. You even have him on your wrist as a tattoo. Yes. And when you married Nick, that moment is also very well captured. It's very real. It's very tender. There's nothing dramatic about it. It's like a regular boy and girl. They go on a kind of a sort of a setup date. Do you want to tell us about that? How it happened?
I mean, people think that just because I'm a public person or I've lived more than half my life as a public person that, people know everything about me. There are books that have been written about me, articles that have been written about me. So people think, yeah, mujhe sab kuch malum hai. But I think people forget कि मैं भी smart हूँ. I've gotten away with sharing very little bit of my life for a very long time. And I've been very private about, what I like to share and what I don't. But I think with my husband, it was the reason I chose to write about that moment in my life, because nothing that surprised me as much as he did. He is an extremely secure, extremely conscientious man, someone who's very, very aware and solid on his own feet. And he just kind of swept me away when I met him. I kind of had discounted him a little bit. We'd been texting for 2 years or something. But I was at a place in my life where I was like, I want to get married. I want somebody who takes this seriously. He's in his 20s, God knows, and I didn't want to go down that road. So I discounted him for 2 years actually, till I met him properly.
Yeah.
And we went out, and I realized that this man is like a sense of balance for me. There's this one story I talk about in the book, which is very prevalent to what it really defines our relationship. And the moment I felt that, this is someone that can share my burdens for the rest of my life. I trust them to share my burdens. I never share my burdens with anyone, but with Nick, I do. And I think very early, our third group date or something, we were with a bunch of friends always. And I remember I had a meeting. My team from India had come, my team from America. It was like meeting of the continents. That doesn't happen very often. So wo date match karke, it was like a big thing. And we were on this boat, and everyone was like, no, don't go anywhere. And I was like, no, I have to go. If somebody gave me a reason, maybe I won't go. Like that.
Nakra.
Dropping hints. Yeah, nakra. I mean, I'm Indian now. I can't help it. Little nakra will be there. So I'm doing all of that. Like, oh, somebody drop a hint, and he's not taking my hint only. So after like 3 times I said it, he takes me aside and he goes, babe, I'm not going to tell you to cancel your meeting. Because if you could have, you would have. I know how hard you've worked to be where you are. So I'm not going to be the one who tells you to cancel it. What I will do though, because I know you as a person, you also have FOMO, that you'll be feeling like, oh God, everyone is out and I'm at work. So what I'll do is I'll take our friends out. We'll wait till you finish your meeting and then we'll go out for drinks. My brain was shaken up for multiple reasons. One, here's this guy giving credence to my career, not his desires, to my needs, not what he wants. Second of all, he also knows me enough as a person to say she's going to have FOMO. So let me give you a solution. I will handle our friends. Tum kaam karke aa jao. I was mind blown with how much pride he shows towards my work, towards what drives me, and from such a balanced place that I'm. It was just I just knew at that moment.
But tell us also about the time when you called him home, and the first time you met your mother. She was wearing a nightie. She was on a sofa watching TV, and that was his first introduction to mom.
It was not supposed to be like an introduction to parents. It was not supposed to be that. I forgot that she would be up. She still teases me about it. I forgot that she would be up. I forgot to call her because it was 1 o'clock at night and we were like 10 minutes away. So by the time we had the decision about, coming to my house, we were already there. So my mother was so shocked. Oh, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. She's wearing her nightie, and I'll never forget this because it was weird for me as well. Bringing a guy home. It was like kind of strange. And she jumps out of bed, terrified, and she's like, "Oh, 1 second." She goes to her bathroom and starts wearing lipstick and calls me in. "Why didn't you tell me? I'm not going to come out." I said, "If you're not coming out, why are you putting lipstick on?"
There are some marvelous anecdotes of that kind, which are very human, very personal, which also make your parents come alive in so many different ways. And the incident where your father, in circumstances which would have daunted anybody, he was not prepared at all, but he didn't want to miss a very important award that you were receiving. And the trouble he took to make that trip forms also a very important part of your narrative. So if you could briefly tell us what that moment was like for him, for you, because he was really ailing at that point.
This was 3-4 months before he died. And after, he had struggled with cancer for almost 8 years, but the last 1 year was really, really tough on him. And I think this was a Doifer Awards. I think it was the first year it was happening. I was nominated for Barfi. My dad was very excited about my work in Barfi. My dad was always my biggest champion. Like, even if I won a small relay race in school, he would be the loudest. Embarrassingly so sometimes. I used to have to tell him, "Dad, 30th award ho gaya, let's calm down. We have to play cool, But he didn't know how to do that when it came to me. I was his like pride and joy. And he had to come to the US from Mumbai for treatment anyway, to Rochester in New York. And this award show was happening in, I think in Canada somewhere. And I asked him very sheepishly because I knew, his investment in my career was more than tangible. It was his heart was invested in everything that I had achieved. And he, felt like it was his. So I asked him, I was like, "Would you come to the show with me? I'm nominated. But I hadn't won any other awards that year for the movie. So I was like, I don't know, but I'm performing, it'll be fun. And he said, of course. He was very excited to come, but he was so ill that he had to break the journey in 3 trips. They had to stop in Europe. They had to stop 3-4 times before they reached Canada. They had to stay there for about, mom and dad, 4 days before he was on bed rest completely. He had his bile, things that he put it inside his shirt. And I remember that night, my dad used to take immense pride in how he dressed. He was a very vain man. He was very, very clear about his suit. It had to be ironed right. Creases had to be right. His tie. He was a military guy. And I remember that day he was putting all of his, like all the packets in which all your liquids and fluids go, which were attached to him, inside his shirt, and he was buttoning it up, and he was on his wheelchair. And as soon as we arrived at the venue on his wheelchair, he insisted on getting up and walking. And I was like, all right, we have to sit here for 3 hours. You know how award functions are really long. Yeah. I was like, we are going to be here till 2 o'clock in the morning. Let's not start the walking now. He was like, I've been part of this industry with you for such a long time and I hold my own. And he made it, I won that award. I asked him to come on stage with me. he walked up on stage. I remember the hosts coming towards him to try and help, and he was like, no, I'll do it. And it took him 10 minutes, but people were patient and everyone stood up when he walked on stage. I think they knew he was ailing, the audience. He gave a speech. He said it in Punjabi and in Hindi, and it was. And he said, thank you so much for choosing a true actor tonight. And I was like, here he is, my dad, standing up for me one more time.
Yeah, because it was a small dig at Barfi going unnoticed back home.
It wasn't small. It wasn't small, according to my dad. My dad made it very clear in that speech, and I was like embarrassed. I came off and I was like, Daddy, did you have to? But that's just who he was. He always stood up for me. He always even when I was meek about it, he wasn't.
But what also impressed me in a way and also surprised me a little is you're very casual about your two great big wins. Your Miss India win as well as the Miss World. It's written in a tone which is not, it's not that, oh my God, I Miss World. Of course, the victory parade and all of it that you've described. But the emotional content of what you've written is not sort of excessive. There's a lot of restraint.
But let me tell you why. Yeah. Because, so I was taken from high school wearing a uniform and thrown into this world of fashion, which you know very well.
Yes.
Before I had time to figure out anything, imagine the time duration. Miss India is January, Miss World was November. So before last November, I was in school, and this November, I'm Miss World. There was no time, Shobhaa ma'am, to think about the ecstatic energy around this. I was only trying to keep my head above water at that point. As an 18-year-old, trying to say the right things, trying to wear heels and speak to heads of states and have an opinion on economies of countries. Who knew any of that at 18?
You goofed up a little in your final
answer. I goofed up so much.
Yeah, but that didn't matter at all because you had the crown. So
thankfully, I was so scared they'll take it away from me.
And after that, it was just up, up and up. And there's a very, very interesting episode where you talk about once you had decided that you were going to make it in Hollywood and you had your commitments there and you were shooting Bajirao in Vai, a village outside of Maharashtra. And you would commute to that Vai village in Maharashtra on a weekend and go back and start shooting for Quantico again. How did you do it? Just describe it briefly, that schedule of yours.
It was punishing, literally punishing.
In the least,
you didn't have time to think, breathe, but I'm also greedy, Shobhaa ma'am. I didn't want to give it up. And also Sanjay sir's movies always go over their schedule anyway.
And you were so phenomenal in that movie. Phenomenal.
Thank you.
In
Thank
one
you so
scene
much.
in particular, where you greet Mastani with the thali.
And I love that scene. I love the silences in it.
I love it. I can watch it over and over again. But your film career in Bollywood, I expected maybe more of it in the book, but it's like you're treating it as just one part of your life, not your entire life. It did not ever consume you like it consumes a lot of actors in Bollywood. They can't think beyond their next film, their next role. But you've gone into production, you're doing regional cinema, I'm helping produce regional films, which are award-winning films. You're doing so many other things. So Bollywood was what? You hardly mentioned your co-stars. Apart from, I think, Akshay, Hrithik, and Salman. These are the three people you've mentioned in your book.
Even a couple of reasons.
Any of them?
Sorry, what?
The actresses that you work with. They're all sort of.
I have. I've mentioned them. The women that I've admired. I've mentioned a bunch of female producers that I've admired. And
oh yes, of course, yes.
But to me, I'll explain to you why. Each chapter in my life, which is why they're selected as 11 chapters, they're a sum of who I am. And more than anything, my work and my home have always been bifurcated. I'm never defined by my work, which is why I have the ability to do multiple things. I never believe that if my next film doesn't do well, or if I don't get the leading part in this movie, then my career is over. I have never ever felt that. I was raised with enough confidence to know that I can pivot into anything else. I can choose to do anything I want. If I am a student, I will excel at it. Anything. And I don't take that pressure. I never have taken that pressure. And maybe that's the reason I've been able to pivot so much. Also, secondly, my career has never depended on my co-actors, ever. I've not needed to get a movie with a particular hero or a particular guy for my career to go forward. I've chosen various kinds of films, various kinds of parts, big parts, small parts, big directors, small directors, indie movies, non-genre films. So my journey is very individual to my choices and my moods, actually, at that point. I'm not someone who's a planner. I don't follow a rule book that was set before, heroines should work with people like this, or they should do movies like this. I don't come from the business. So the business doesn't define me.
And interestingly, your mother is the one who keeps you, well, grounded would be an understatement, but she tells you a few home truths when you need to hear them, and even when you don't want to hear them. Like I think in the book you mentioned that she told you that by 35, I mean, who wants to watch a female actor on screen? It's all khatam, forget it. No one, your lead actor may be 55 years old.
But he'll want a 20-year-old heroine.
Exactly. So that was a nice part. And also the other part where you talk about auditioning, that must be pretty tough after being a superstar in India. It's a lesson in humility, surely, when you go there. Yeah, the music.
Not just the auditioning part of it, Shobhaa ma'am, all of it was a lesson in humility. Just like walking into a party and no one knows you. And, you have to, if you want a career, you have to introduce yourself. You have to walk into a magazine and their office and, say, I've been on your India cover 4 times, but here I am. My name is Priyanka, and this is the work I'm doing, and this is the work I'm seeking.
Yes.
So I had to really be on the front foot, but at the same time, swallow the pill of humility, which I'm okay with, because it was my choice to, go into a completely new country, continent, industry and start all over again. And I was okay to try that at that point. I was seeking and I was craving change and evolution. And, that was what was required. And there's no free lunch in the world. I hate entitlement. I hate people who come into a room with a sense of, I know everything. Nobody knows everything. And I think everyone needs a lesson in humility and understanding that, we have to approach people and projects and new things with a sense of humility and say, I am willing to learn. And that's the only way you can. That's how I built my career on Bollywood. I built my career in America based on the fact that I never walk into a room entitled that I know anything.
You want to talk about the unnamed producer who put you down when you first went to, it was an audition in Mumbai, I'm assuming, and he asked you to twirl, and the comment that was made after that, and how you could so easily turn your back on that because you didn't want to go there.
I feel like it was so normalized, Shobhaa ma'am, at that point. I was one of the girls that got away unscathed, probably, because I didn't need it. I didn't have an air of, what if I don't get it, my life will be over. Like, I've never had that sort of pressure. I felt shitty about it. I felt terrible about it, of course. Somebody twirling you around and saying, you should get this job, that job, whatever. But I feel like when I joined Hindi movies that time, this is early 2000s, it was very normalized that girls were replaceable, that, movies were dictated by male leads and who they fancied and, who the flavor of the season was, or and that was a reality at that point. And even I couldn't do much about it. I was also nascent. And
sorry, you think a lot has changed since then in the industry in Bollywood?
I think girls of my generation, and I'm going to take immense pride in saying that, but the girls of my generation have created a change. You are seeing leading ladies that are married. You are seeing leading ladies who are closer to the age of their co-actors. You are seeing leading ladies that are producers, who are creating their own content, who are aligning with people to create the content they want to star in. And I think that they are bold. They have the ability to stand on their own feet and have opinions. And I think that's a big change. The goalpost has been shifted from when I joined to where I am right now. And I hope that with everything that the women of this generation are doing, the girls of the next one won't be inheriting our problems. I'm hoping like your daughter and kids that come after us won't inherit the issues that we are dealing with. I mean, that'll be a failure on our generation if they do.
So the whole nepotism debate, which maybe your generation faced, you believe that the next generation may be free of it in the movie business at any rate? And does it not exist in Hollywood?
I'm not sure of the comparison that way, because I haven't really come across, like favoritism like that, where, you inherit sort of work. You kind of have to work for it.
Yeah. Nice phrase, inherit work.
Yeah, it's like you how do you inherit work, But I haven't seen that. But I do feel like, and I try to articulate this in the book, there is nothing wrong with wanting to take care of your family and take care of your friends. Everyone wants to do that. That is natural human nature and should not be punished at all. Everyone wants to take care of their family, yeah? But the struggle I have is, why do people want to build larger walls and keep the table small? Let's make the table bigger if we have the opportunity. That's that's my take on this, is let's create opportunity. And I'm so excited about the fact that streaming has come in such a big way into entertainment, because it's helped us diversify so much. We have content that is being told not just by 10 people and by, the 10 people that are mixed around in the popularity debate. It's you're being able to see so many different actors, so many different writers, directors, people having a sense of opinion, and movies and shows that are being seen across the world, across languages, and it's such a great time for our industry, I really feel, to be able to diversify in terms of the arts. And I see people doing it. There's such great work that's coming out and such great actors. Like even the White Tiger, Adarsh is a phenomenal find.
Is a treasure, absolute treasure.
I implore everyone, please, when you find somebody who has done good work, encourage them. Yes. So please encourage Adarsh. He's a young boy who has done tremendous work, might be nominated, who knows?
Who knows?
As one of the first Indian leading men to ever be nominated. Completely. I mean, we need to take pride in that. I have goosebumps right now, but I wish that we would, support our own a little bit more.
Definitely. And I would say, Irfan League when I saw the movie, when I watched it and I watched him, I mean, I was gobsmacked. I couldn't get over what a natural he is. What a natural.
And how much dedication, it doesn't come easily, Shobhaa ma'am. He doesn't walk onto set and know his lines. Yeah. He worked on it. He took a job in a tea store.
I know.
He walked Balram's shoes, and that is performance arts to me. Yeah, like sure. Our job is not you get your dialogue and you're like acha pad liya and say it. That's not what it is. It's got to be immersive, and I've always looked for that and craved that in all the work that I do. I've had the good fortune of working with some amazing filmmakers where I've been able to do it. But I'm so proud of Adarsh as his producer, but also like just as a co-actor. I got to witness his brilliance, right in front of my eyes, and I'm going to champion him till the birds go away. But I would wish everybody else would as well.
I'm sure, because it's a performance that's going to jump out at you if you watch it. You can't not be affected by the movie as well as his performance, and of course yours in the opening sequence where you're with him, and then much later when again it sort of wraps up in a wonderful way. But in the book you also talk about the problem of racism that you faced, the problem of ethnicity that you're championing. You're very, very passionate about breaking those kind of walls. Talked about being called a Kali, being called dusky. And it was tough in India, but was it tougher still when you went to Hollywood, or is that not an issue there at all?
I mean, nobody called me Kali in
No, not
America.
Kali, but would they have ever thought of you as brown-skinned, put you into some kind of a box like they did?
So it wasn't like blatant in terms of like, oh, you're brown, so sorry, you're cancelled. It wasn't that. What I realized when I went to America and I was seeking work there, that it wasn't in people's consciousness that a brown person can be the lead of a movie or a lead of a show. Like it wasn't conceptually didn't exist in Hollywood for some reason. And I was just like, all the leading parts that were written were of specific other ethnicities, but it was conceptually, it didn't make sense to people. Like I was talking to Ava DuVernay the other day, and we were having this conversation, and literally there used to be a saying in Hollywood at that time, which is like 6 years ago, that Black and brown people, their movies don't work internationally outside of America. Like literally that's why, big movies would not be made with leads that were Black and brown. And that was an insider's myth. And Ava and I were just talking about it the other day, that it's incredible to see that we've been able to push that boundary now just in this 5-year span. Like The White Tiger is probably historic because it's an all Indian star cast, which was the #1 movie in the world on the largest streaming platform in the world. That's not normal. It is not. And that's what I want to normalize. That's what I want to champion, is seeing people that look like us, especially Indians, because we have the largest movie industry in the world, bigger than Hollywood. Why don't we have that kind of representation in English language entertainment? Especially because most of us speak it, most of us know it. We should have that kind of representation. It should be normalized to see someone like you and me as a lead on a mainstream TV show or as on a mainstream movie. And once I realized that, mere to aag lag gayi, and I just went after it. I was like, these doors need to be broken.
But Quantico certainly did that. It did it for you, but it also was a game changer on so many other levels. I mean,
but it was the first time, na, Shobhaa.
Yes, absolutely.
Think about in 2015. Yes. How late is that? We are 1/5 of the world's population.
But we are there now.
We're now, yes, we are getting there. And I have to say, just like I said, my generation of female actors in India, but like, I have to say that there are a few, South Asian people, Indian and from the South Asian diaspora, that are really pushing the envelope in Hollywood. Yes. And, demanding change and demanding, leading parts in mainstream entertainment for people like us. And I'm very excited to be part of moving, that envelope.
So do you feel global? Do you feel Desi girl? Do you feel American? Do you see a future in politics? Can you see yourself playing Kamala Harris? A kind of...
I can't think so far. No, I just don't think so far. You want to make God laugh, tell her your plans. So I just don't.
So, to wrap up, the last chapter where you talk about visualizing your home with Nick, all the rooms that you want to create, your shared love for family values, having lots of bachas hanging around, your own perhaps, nephews, nieces, friends, their kids, different rooms that you visualize, which I loved. The Gulmohar tree that you planted.
I'm so excited. It's small right now. It's still a little sapling.
It's a fast grower, like you mentioned. So before you know it, the Gulmohar will be in full bloom. I like the idea of your mandir next to the grand piano. So it's a kind of a coming together, a confluence of so many things that have made you who you are. So Priyanka Chopra, Jonas, I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. God bless you. You're an exceptional Indian and an exceptional global citizen. Continue your fabulous, fabulous work, and you're looking like $1 million.
Thank you so much, Shobhaa ma'am. You're always so insightful and so well spoken and articulate. It's really nice, to have a conversation with someone who's evocative. It's nice.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Priyanka Chopra and Shobhaa, for that absolutely brilliant conversations. There's just so many takeaways from all that you both have said. And we're sure that this book is going to go out there and be an incredibly captivating read. And I do hope it sells over 1 billion copies. We thank our partners Diageo, and thank you all for watching and being such a great audience. Please do stay logged on to continue to watch with us our series of exciting sessions featuring such a stellar list of speakers. And do remember, we need you to support us by pressing that contribution button. Help us continue to allow for a free flow of knowledge and ideas. And meanwhile, please do remember to tweet by tagging us at Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, and our handles are at Jaipur Lit Fest. The festival is protected by Dettol. Till then, stay masked, stay safe. See you in the next session. 13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
Theatre is saying the really important things that need to be said in our society today. So please open your eyes and get engaged with theatre and see what wonderful work is happening. It'll make you think, it'll change your outlook on various aspects of society today.
I think Meta this year is fantastic, it's brilliant, it's off to a great start.
ये पूरे भारतवर्ष में अपने ढंग का बिल्कुल अकेला आयोजन
है। Without any consideration for commercial reasons, you just pick the best theatre. It is guided by only one principle, and that is excellence.
Even those who sort of don't qualify for awards do tend to feel recognized, and that's very important for an initiative of this kind.
Mahindra Excellence Theatre Awards brings excellent theatre.
It was fresh, it was original and inspiring.
This is the first time I've been to Meta and I'm having a fantastic time. Guys, you rock.
Meta is absolutely the most glorious platform for theatre.
महिंद्रा वालों का सबको शुक्रगुजार करना चाहिए, खासकर थिएटर वालों को, कि एक इस तरह का फेस्टिवल उन्होंने शुरू किया और एक्सीलेंट प्लेस.
Actually, I hadn't expected anything as experimental as this, I have to say, and I was really deeply impressed.
It's all a flow between sound and word and movement, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself.
So friends, for the 14th year of the Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Awards, let's perform, let's applaud, let's rise.
हर भाषा का हर रंगकर्मी
चाहता है कि एक बार उसे मेटा में अपना नाटक प्रदर्शित करने का मौका मिल जाए तो उसका रंगकर्म सार्थक हो जाएगा।
The spectacular 14th Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Awards. Let the evening begin.
Do you think your life is messed up? Do you think you're having an awful time adulting? Well, here's my book, Adulting. I'm Niharika, I'm the author, and I'm going to be reading out a fun extract for you guys. This extract talks about Aisha and her dietitian Maya. So here goes. She wanted to meet me every week, know every ingredient I'd ingested, and would keep calling and calling till I actually got to the appointment. She'd stalk me on Facebook and Instagram to see what I was up to, liking everything till I began to fear I'd see her wherever I went. She asked me to send her photos of every meal I ate, refusing to believe I was following her diet. The only thing that made her happy was the increasing numbers on her weighing scale. So I went to her appointments wearing my baggiest jeans with chunky jewelry beads stuffed into the pockets, my iPod and iPhone in the back pockets, and clothes layered with tank tops and tights. I'd sweat till I reached her office, but God, she had a powerful AC. She thought I was in a weird emo fashion phase. This got me through for a while. Of course, I was eating fruits, drinking water, my weight was increasing a few 100 grams every week, but I did not want to put on any real weight. Why would I? I had planned to continue with the charade until one fateful day when I was driving home from work, contemplating buying little weights to put in my shoes, when I lost control of the car and blacked out in the lane leading out of Hoskote. Then I heard a knock on my window. I had been blocking traffic for 10 whole minutes. I told the policeman my head was spinning and took nearly half an hour for me to recuperate. He assumed it was that time of the month for me. Lady police officer ko bulaun, he had said. The car had a nasty scratch, which was a small price to pay literally, but I couldn't handle the feeling of losing control. That was when I realized that the only way out was trusting Maya and changing my weight. I tried not to think about when things would get ugly. I'd probably have to work out like crazy every day. Oh well, better ugly than dead. So here is Aisha, one of the main characters from Adulting. If you want to see whether she manages to overcome her struggles or not, check out Adulting. For all you millennials out there, it's also a good book to know whether you're adulting the right way or not, because these characters go through a lot of ups and downs, but they come out on top. And the book is available on Amazon and in stores near you. Happy adulting!
13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers, there's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
We're delighted to welcome you back to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival protected by Dettol. It's our pleasure to present Lost Words and Lost Spells, Robert Macfarlane and Jackie Morris in conversation with Yuvan, Aves. The creative force behind the Lost Words, a tender, unusually written homage to nature, returns with a journey into another realm of magic and spells, immersing the reader within splendor and enchantment of nature's many miracles. The Lost Spells is a pocket-sized initiation into the inner workings of the external world. With heartfelt illustrations and poignant words, the book offers a chance to revisit the innocence of childhood and take in the surreal, poetic imagination of the natural. In conversation with naturalist Yuvan, Aves, Robert Macfarlane and Jackie Morris discuss their journey in creating a work of astonishing beauty and timeless reach. A session to make you wonder. Robert Macfarlane is a British writer and fellow of Emmanuel College, Cambridge, best known for his books on landscape, nature, place, people and language, which include The Old Ways, Landmarks, The Lost Words and Underland. Illustrator and writer Jackie Morris won the Kate Greenway Medal in 2016 for Lost Words, among other accolades. Yuvan Aves is a writer, naturalist and ecological activist. His books have been published in 30 languages and have been widely adapted for stage, film, television and radio. Jackie Morris is an author and illustrator. She lives and works in a small cottage by the sea in Wales, UK, with a chowder of cats and a pack of dogs. Her books include The Unwinding, Mrs. Noah's Garden with James Mayhew, and The Lost Words and the Lost Spells with Robert Macfarlane. Yuvan Aves is a writer, naturalist, educator and activist based in Chennai. His interests include reimagining an earth-centric and child-centric education in schools, the reciprocity between languages and ecologies, and ground-up processes of change and politics. He writes on ecology, education, alternatives and activism. He's currently traveling and documenting stories along the Indian coastline. Please do remember to comment by typing it in the comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, Lost Words and Lost Spells, Robert Macfarlane and Jackie Morris in conversation with Yuvan Aves.
Let me read you a beach spell. Beach gives wind speech. Each branch reaches to the other branches as the gale rises. Each leaf dances with other leaves as the storm crashes. Can you hear that inland sea, its slow explosion? High in the hillwoods, huge surf breaks, far from any ocean. So this is from The Lost Spells, and I'm so happy, Robert and Jackie, to be in conversation with you today. And Robert, especially, you've been such a formative writer at a very crucial time in my life, and I've kept reading you till date. And I discovered Jackie with The Lost Words and The Lost Spells, so I'm delighted.
Me too, Yuvan, and to be with both of you today, to have, arrived in Jaipur on the front lawn a minute after leaving my home. And it's such a pleasure to be speaking with you for me.
Lovely to meet you. Really lovely to meet you. Nice to see Rob. He's looking all right, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, when I was going to buy Lost Words, first it was Jackie's Goldfinches. And then the other reason I kind of immediately bought it was that beautiful story of how it was an act of protest and dissenting the laws of language from children's imagination and an act of re-invoking, reclaiming that. And I don't know how many people watching know that story. I've heard you share it so many times, and it's amazing each time you do. Could you tell us that?
Yes, of course. Jackie, do you want to? Or
no, you. I like listening to you.
Okay, well, in 2007, a very widely used dictionary in British primary schools, used mostly by 4 to 7-year-olds or 4 to 8-year-olds, a junior dictionary was reissued in a new edition, and it was noticed that a number of words had dropped out of this new edition. It's a small dictionary, about 2,000 words, and a number had come in. And the words that had dropped out formed a crooked A to Z, and they were the words of everyday nature in our country, acorn all the way through to wren by way of kingfisher, willow, otter, bluebell. And the words that had come in included broadband, graph, MP3 player, a word we don't hear very often any longer, and chat room. So it was a very sort of symbolic moment of the ways in which technology had entered children's lives and their languages and their experiences and their stories and songs, and everyday nature had slipped from it. And neither of us is anti-tech. We're speaking today by means of its miracles, and we have made our books by means of its miracles. But we do believe very powerfully in the importance of, as you do, Yuvan, as you work so hard on as an educator and a creator, the importance of nature in children's everyday lives and indeed all of our lives.
Mm.
Is that about right, Jackie?
Yeah, I think so. I think it once it was published, it started to become other things, and it was picked up by people. I was really hoping to use it to kind of reawaken in adults that feeling of awe of for the wild world by getting their children to just remind them, when we're young, we're so open to the world, we're so full of excitement and the questions that are the why. As a parent, sometimes you get fed up of so much why, but actually that utter fizz of awe that kids have, I was hoping that they would take the book home to their parents and show them and remind them of all those feelings that they had when they were children, and just reawaken that sense of awe in nearby natural things, not tigers and polar bears, but dandelions and oak trees. How does that forest grow from that such a tiny little thing? And our book kind of it went off in directions I think that we weren't expecting, and that's been lovely to actually embrace and be part of.
It brings to mind something John Holt said, when we speak of wonder and curiosity, especially in children, we speak of it in a romanticized kind of externalized way. But then he says those qualities are rooted in real needs, real issues, real concerns, the feeling of wonder. And, during the lockdown, I thought of Jackie a lot of times because there were a lot of large environmental, misgovernances, clearances given, and we did not have, especially in India, possibly other parts of the country, the world, civic action wasn't possible. Streets were sealed away, and if you take, for instance, in Assam, in Dehing Patkai, 100 hectares of elephant reserve was given for coal mining, and art came in as a powerful kind of dissent. Thousands of pieces of art in social media, and it moved, and right now it's been declared as a national park, and it had a very powerful way of moving people and gathering public solidarity. Eve Esler speaks about art opening up humanity, and I wonder what Jackie thinks about that. Art entering the public, the commons, and especially children.
Yeah, I think. I love colours. I love the names of colours. There's a colour. There's raw sienna, but I love raw ore. Raw ore is amazing, and that's the thing that children have. What I found really hard in the UK is that HS2, which is this terrible thing that's cutting a swathe through beautiful habitat in Britain went ahead, but protests couldn't. There was this gorgeous movement that was blossoming in Extinction Rebellion in the UK with protesters' art, protesters' comedy. I think it's much harder to clamp down on protest if it is funny. It's easier to go out and march against people who are rioting and put them down with force. But if you're out there doing things in a creative way, and especially with comedy, it's so much harder to press that down, I think.
Yuvan, the beach spell that you read to begin us, to conjure the session into being, was written around the time of an Extinction Rebellion Writers Rebel event in Trafalgar Square a year last November, and I went down and read Heartwood as part and I also read the work of two Indigenous writers as well as part of a marathon sort of protest reading in Trafalgar Square in the heart of London. It's the most exciting sort of literary event I've ever been to. You know, literature felt incredibly live and mobile and active in the air. And exactly as you suggested subtly with your framing, and Jackie kind of helped me see, the beach spell is about noise rising and rising and rising where it hasn't previously been heard, of collaboration and cooperation. Each branch reaches to other branch, each leaf dances with other leaves. And I mean, I thought I might read us the Heartwood spell now, because it's lived a life in India, not least thanks to you, Yuvan. But also it began as a poem that I gave just without any sort of strings to the Sheffield tree protesters who were trying to save thousands of trees from unjust felling in their city. And then it was supported by art by Nick Hayes and by Jackie and has sort of spread. And I wanted to dedicate this spell to Disha Ravi and to Sita Reddy and her, who I think is listening, and her fellow tree protesters in Hyderabad who successfully again prevented the felling of thousands of banyan trees there. So, but really this is for all those protesting the unjust felling of trees and the unjust treatment of nature. Heartwood. Would you hew me to the heartwood, cutter? Would you leave me open-hearted? Put an ear to my bark, hear my saps mutter, mark my heartwood's beat, my leaves flutter. Would you turn me to timber, cutter? Leave me nothing but a heap of logs, a pile of brash. I am a world, cutter. I am a maker of life, drinker of rain, breaker of rocks, caster of shade, eater of sun. I am timekeeper, breath giver, deep thinker. I am a city of butterflies, a country of creatures. But my world takes years to grow and seconds to crash. Your saw can fell me, your axe can bring me low. Do you hear these words I utter? I ask this, have you heartwood, cutter? Have those who sent you? Yuvan, I'd love to hear about your work. We'd love to hear about your work creatively. I mean, you are, anyone who doesn't know Yuvan's work, who's listening, find him on Instagram as a naturalist's column. He's one of the most inspiring young makers, educators, protesters, activists that I know, and he's helping me see ways through the world at the moment. So follow him there, follow his work. But Yuvan, tell us a bit about your work with children and art and creativity.
Yeah, the first thing I wanted to share, listening to Heartwood, is that we had something called a concert for conservation around Heartwood. Heartwood was actually at the heart of that concert. And it was protesting the transforming of three very important urban parks, the last lung spaces within Chennai, making them into metro stations, railway stations. And we had various ways of, it got translated in Tamil. We sit around and it was read in Tamil and English during the concert. It was sung. And the theme of the concert was music comes from the heart of trees. So if you have a violin, you make it out of anything but maple. It's not a violin. or you have a ganjira or a veena, you make it out of anything but the hardwood of jackfruit. It's not that music. So, my line of inquiry, my pursuit as a teacher, as an educator, is to put the earth and the child at the center of the educational system. Right now, the system is at the center. And what Carol Black talks about, she likens it to a factory where you treat children as raw material, like bauxite or whatever, and then you try to herd them towards a result you have in mind, but then you don't really let them blossom as they are. And increasingly, reading your work, Richard Louv, Gail Melson, Lucy Jones' recent book I'm just reading, find that the earth's well-being and the child's well-being are so profoundly synonymous. One of the things I've experienced is that to protect a place, one of the greatest protective charms you can give it is to take children there, create an emotional, physical relationship with that place. And when the time comes, they will stand up for it in ways you couldn't think of. And I wonder, what has Lost Words, what has Lost Spells done for children in school? I keep seeing little kids reading out spells, jackdaw, and how has it transformed education and its direction in whatever sense in the UK?
Jackie?
I think one of the ways is I was not a fan of school. I didn't like being herded. I never do. I didn't like uniforms or anything like that. And one of the things it's done is it's become like a portal to the outside. So children escaped from the classroom into the outside to go and find the lost words outside. Some schools are lucky. They have kingfishers close by and otters that go through the playground. Others in cities, they still see starlings. They have dandelions pushing up through the cracks. Daisies there, now jackdaws, town and city. Wrens are everywhere. When I first went into first school I went into, it was just after the Lost Words had been launched, and I was about to read the Wren spell, and the person I was with said, just ask the children here, does anybody know what a wren is? And not one child and not the teacher put their hand up. So they didn't know that a wren was this little bird, and they may not have heard that sound that this tiniest of creature makes, screaming out from the hedges in the most beautiful way. But I think a lot of children do now know what a wren is. One of my deepest joys of the book has been seeing the work that children do that is inspired by it. The language that children are capable of, if you give them enough space, which I hope our book does, the poetry that they've written, the paintings that they've done, it's inspiring to me. They're just incredible. Robert?
Yeah. Well, this is a wonderful answer. Yeah, no, it's the first, before it was ever published, I gave a copy to a really famous actor in this country, Simon McBurney, theatre maker and actor. And he held it. Yuvan has shown everybody, but if you don't know the book, it's very big. The Lost Words is very big. There we are. And he just said, this isn't a book, it's a landscape. And I loved that idea and we saw children literally kind of opening it and, as Jackie said, almost trying to fall into it. So we should say to those who don't know this book or the other that they're very simple. There's just 20 or 21 species of plant or bird in each one. And for each creature, the Lost Spells is the little sister. For each creature or plant, I would write a spell, a summoning spell, a conjuring spell. And Jackie would then paint paint them back into being, as it were. So I don't know, is it a good moment for another spell, Jackie? Or is
Funny you should say that, Robert. I've just opened my book.
Oh, okay, that wasn't pre-planned, but I'm trying to say, Yuvan, is there such a thing as gorse in India? Will it be recognizable?
Gorse, no. So we have other thorny creepers.
Yeah.
So we have the climbing brinjal, Solanum trilobatum, and other such species. very similar to gorse, and as you've described it.
There we are. Yeah, a very, very well, Jackie. You live in gorse.
I do live in gorse. I have been known to sleep in gorse as well. It is astonishing. Very soon, where I live, the whole of the hill will bloom with this gold, which is it's like cadmium yellow, deep cadmium yellow. And the scent of it, people say it's like coconuts, but I always say that coconuts smell like gorse. It has this really sweet, subtle scent about it. And then in the autumn, the seed pods crackle. So when it's silent, when the wind isn't blowing, you can hear them crackling. And there's a time every year when there are so many daddy longlegs up there that the crackling of both is just astonishing. Anyway, gorse, in a way, I think gorse is me, actually, because I can be a right, how do I put this? Robert, what can I be?
Prickly.
Thank you. Concise use of words. Gorse. Good luck trying to force your way through gorse. Better setting out across a field of spears, a lake of pikes, a sky of hawks, 100 winters. Better getting dealt 1,000 scratches by 1,000,000 splinters. Out of crags and hedges, cliffs and ledges, gorse jags, spikes, crackles, raises hackles, speaks sharply. Keep out, stay back, get off my land. Room is made for gorse, though. Space is braced for redstart, rabbit, wheatear, plover. Quiet life is harboured in its criss-cross places. See into gorse, get past its guard and pick a path towards its well-defended heart, the secrets kept within its limits. Each of us is partly made of gorse, of course, prickly, cussed, hard to pass and tough to handle, all helter-skelter points and angles, but only ever really seeking love and giving shelter. Yes.
That's lovely to hear you read that one, Jackie. I don't think I have before.
I got quite fond of that. And thrift is the other one. There's a line in thrift which I absolutely adore.
Give a glimpse of hope in the
hardest.
That's one, but also thrift persists. Thrift knows hardship is a limit and not a failing. That's it.
It feels like a line for the.
We have a plant called the pipewort. So I wrote my own little spell for that, completely inspired from thrift, because it grows in places where nothing else grows. And then once when I was out in the field with children, pipewort grows like there's a stalk and then there's a little inflorescence which it's a white sphere. There's a tight white sphere, and then these 9-year-olds, 8-year-olds plucked it and then they put it on their hair clips, and then they were like little aliens.
Teeny boppers.
Yeah.
That's so great. So they became aliens and spacemen and intergalactic travelers and these little. I mean, you're so good at it, Yuvan. I mean, you're as a naturalist, you're dazzling, and so you're able to take what seems like a self-similar or kind of undistinguished piece of scrub or street flora, and then you show us what life is there. I mean, you turn over leaves I saw on your Instagram, and suddenly there's whole kind of colonies and ecosystems present. And children, I mean, they change our focal length, don't they? They're not so interested in the long view. They're happiest, I think, in forests, really, where they can lie down and eat earth and climb trees and just move around with those shorter. But have you found your focal length adjusted? I mean, you're still very young. I've forgotten what it's like to be a teenager, but you haven't necessarily. Yeah. What do children do to your sense of the world?
Especially young children. It's been impossible to find a 5-year-old or even a 10-year-old who isn't, absolutely in wilderness. The children are wilderness. and so many people talk about this in their own terms. Somebody might be interested in looking under leaves, others playing with the sand, running around, and something I've found working with children is that when you get them young, if there was a very robust and lively nature curriculum, contextual, of course, from primary up till elementary school, in all schools, the Dalai Lama speaks about, one can end violence in the world if you taught meditation. I think it will do wonders to our climate crisis if there was this curriculum which all schools had, even up till elementary. And often I find that if introducing the natural world and its complexities and its difficult intersections with people, with society, governance, at 14, 16, 18, it's very difficult. At some point, you feel you've missed the bus. And then in some occasions, life kind of brings it back again. But then when you're young, it's the best time, I think. Something I kind of recently started and different friends are doing within the cities to kind of reimagine how we move in cities. We are calling it the urban wilderness walks. So in streets, not in places of wilderness, but in your streets, you plan and take children and parents of your apartment and show them, birds and insects and trees and how the landscape has changed. And also create a culture of walking. Tim Ingold speaks about this and others too, how moving slowly creates belonging. The word belonging we don't use in an urban sense, and therefore when there's a threat to a place, nobody stands up. I'm in my cubicle.
It's funny, isn't it, how the word pedestrian is considered to be bad and driven is good. And yet, pedestrian, I think we need to actually reclaim it. So I am driven to be a pedestrian. One of the things that I've been finding in lockdown is I want to be more animal. I always wanted to be animal, not human, when I was a child. I actually wanted to be a bear when I grew up, and a sloth bear would have been fantastic.
You've come pretty close.
Yeah, I do. I get very close to it. But it's that different way of being where I watch the cats and they kind of inhabit themselves so fully. But what you need to find, I guess, is a balance between that being in the now, but also looking forward to 7 generations ahead, so that you live in the now, but you plan for our ancestors. Not our other way round.
Good ancestry, yes.
Yeah.
Our descendants.
How to find that balance? It's hard, but I do find now that I will go and stand in the garden in the rain and love it, and stand in the garden and look at the sky at night. We have no streetlights here, and it really puts you in your place when you feel your tiny space in the universe. I like that. A lot of people don't like that insignificance, but I rather embrace it.
I thought, Yuvan, I might just read the moth spell, because it's sort of about loss, recognizing it, seeing it, how hard it is because of shifting baseline syndrome often to recognize that which has vanished. It's also about naming. I love your fluency in the many kinds of name, the folk name, the common name. Of course, India has far more languages than even Britain, with all its linguistic diversity, and so celebrating diversity of naming, and moths are so many, and they're so wonderfully named. Yeah, you're brilliant on them. So this is really for you and your lepidoptery side of naming. So moth. This one soft word falls so far short of what the moth world means. Jackie will give us some moths. Of moths in number, birthed by dark to flock round torch and lamp and porch, together thickening air to froth, then cloth, then weather. Open up this soft word's wings, and out rush names and forms, a broth of colours, cinnabar and scarlet tiger, frosted green and angle shade, bordered pearl and tamarisk plume, diamond back and clouded silver. Thinner and thinner wears the cloth, however, moths pass out of sight, beyond belief, their absence briefly noted, if at all, as distant memory, half-forgotten grief. Hold moth names in mouth and mind a while, satin lutestring, willow ermine, feathered thorn and seraphim, forester and dusky clearwing. Sing them out into the night to give moths back their range, their flight. Well, yes.
I still remember that one coming, and Rob said, I sent you the moth spell. I want you to go out at twilight and read it out into the garden as the butterflies are leaving and the moths are arriving. That's quite difficult because you have to have just enough light to be able to read by. But they often come with instructions, don't they? Curlew was another one. I had to go to high places or down to the beach for curlew.
Yeah,
I think that painting of the moth is one of the, I think, most astonishing in the whole book. It's like an actual moth screen. In the northeast of India, if you put a moth screen, you'll have to wear an entire coat because they'll be inside your mouth, your ears, your clothes.
Oh, wow.
And if your dining room is nearby, you cannot eat. You'll have to kind of close your mouth and shut the lids, and you can see I've seen sometimes 150 species of moths in a single screen.
When I was a child, if you read at night with your window open, you would get moths in. We used to have quite big, I guess, I can't remember what they're called now, but they would bang against the light fittings, and we used to call them bob owlers, the big ones. And I think it was about 10 years ago, I realised that doesn't happen anymore. We have lost so many. To feel that real texture of moths that you're talking about, I would just love to see that again.
So it is a cloth. It is a flying mobile cloth that kind of you wear moths, right, in northeast India. If you put up a screen, that's amazing.
I love that feeling when they brush against your face. I love that.
Yeah. Rob, this is something I've been wanting to ask you for years, both you and Jackie. When you started, making art, writing, perhaps the world was a bit different, and today it's the different things happening. There's the climate crisis, there is the crushing of dissent, which we are strongly feeling right here. You mentioned Disha Ravi. Right now there's a lot of volunteer Fridays for Future volunteers between a lot of them between 12 and 18, afraid. You will be, if you care for something and you stand up for it, there's a fear that you might be jailed, and parents are petrified, and that's really kind of where I'm living right now. And what would you give as a guidance or an advice or an invitation to young people, in nature writing, in the climate justice movement, in the social justice movement, Jackie and Rob?
Well, first of all, let me just pay my great admiration and respect to the young people, and also my deep sorrow that should be the feeling that there should be an intimidation into silence. There are many problems with British democracy, but broadly speaking, that is not the experience here. Though the law is brought hard against protesters here, nevertheless. But so it's a note of gratitude first. I think I sometimes think of it as three. Educate, agitate, and create. Those are the three things you do, Yuvan. And I think one is never only a protester. One is never only a writer. One is never only a parent or a student or an artist. One is many things, and I think pushing on many fronts is is a way to not feel confined to one identity. Keep hope in the dark. That's Rebecca Solnit's great phrase. And things can change. I mean, you've given us examples of this, of protest leading to positive outcome. It happened in Sheffield here. It happened in Hyderabad. There, you spoke earlier. The Pulicat Lagoon protest. I don't know if you sense any traction being gained, but that you're generating such pressure against such great power, and it's awesome to watch. And then so art makes unexpected change. It can seem as though it's doing nothing, and then suddenly change comes. That's Rebecca Solnit's idea of hope in the dark, because it thrives on uncertainty. And the last thing I would just say is a sort of ontological idea, really, which is that diversity is life, and that we have come into being as a universe, as a planet, by means of collaboration and kin making and epigenetic cross-species efflorescences of unknowable, fabulous complexity. And that which diminishes life eventually diminishes possibility. So whenever I try and work out the kind of first principle of what I'm fighting for, it is that the diminishment of diversity is the diminishment of possibility.
I think that's so much applicable in education as well. Classrooms are such less diverse spaces, or rather, children can't choose their spaces, their paces, and what and how they want to learn. And diversity is such a grounding idea.
I mean it not in the sort of buzzword sense, not that you were, but really at a profound notion of what life is and can be. Is that it relies on that, but it's a term that ramifies up and down the scales and the systems, of course. But Jackie, I don't know. I mean, you're the most wonderful teacher. You've taught me so much, and you tend to do it obliquely. You'll say something to me, and it'll be an acorn, and then I'll understand it, a day or a year later. So,
but it's so hard, isn't it? I mean, I do struggle. All of my life has felt like protest. When I was young and growing up, it was coming to terms with loss of birds through the use of pesticides on farms. I was a very young member of Greenpeace and Amnesty International. I was very aware at a young age that if people came seeking help and shelter, you didn't shut the door in their face. You made the table longer so that everybody could sit down. But I was also aware that the world isn't just human. I feel that my generation have done possibly more damage than any other ever, and that doesn't make me proud. It's a hard thing to talk about, to keep hope in the dark. But I look at this young generation, and I hear some adults who've had the privileges of having grants for education saying, young people today, all they do is spend time in their phones. And I would say, no, they don't. They really don't. They are showing us a way forward, and they are calling us to account. And it's time we opened our ears and listened, and actually not get behind them, but get alongside them and give them all the power that we can. It's hard. It's the other thing that I've lived with all my life is a government that I haven't voted for. I think so much damage was done to our education system under Michael Gove, with his insistence on teaching and his ignorance about what education is. Talk about a good way to depress teachers, when you've got people who actually know how to help young people learn about the world, and then you've got someone with no idea telling them what they should do. It's not a recipe for success. I think you just gave me a soapbox, and I think I stood on it. But hope in the dark. I don't know. I mean, I just keep painting, and sometimes I think, what is the point of you? And then I get lost in the colours and the shape of wild things, and find peace there.
Yuvan, I wonder, would you?
It sounds like Wendell Berry, something he said. Yeah,
the piece of wild things.
Yeah.
I have his piece of wild things. Somebody wonderful sent me a letterpress of the piece of wild things, and it's on my kitchen wall. I see it every day. His writing, he made me love people again with his writing because of the connections between people that are threaded through his work.
Yuvan, I know we must be coming towards the end fairly soon. I don't know if there's time for you to read us. I thought it might be nice to read a spell of kind of joy and warning, like whether you might read us the Swift spell.
Yep. Yes.
Do you, in the Lost Spells, do you have Swifts in India? Apis.
We have little swifts, we have house swifts, we have palm swifts. Apis, I don't know. Maybe a subspecies. But the real migrants here are swallows. Right now, barn swallows, they do this thing of just before migrating. Each morning and dusk, they come together and then they just fly in circles around over the apartments, around the telegraph wires. And I think they're kind of warming up. It looks like that. And then they fly and then they vanish. So there's in a couple of weeks before they go back to their homeland, in the northern hemisphere, they are whirling in the sky.
But
sky.
the swallow's homeland is the space it occupies at that time in the sky.
That's
its
home, yeah.
Where it lives.
Yeah. Well, the swifts do that too. Even they arrive in May normally in the southern England, above our cities. I've taught young primary school children in May. I love teaching them in May because I just say, look up, and far above they see these tiny, shrill crossbow bird-like birds, and I say they have come without landing from sub-Saharan Africa to be over our chimney pot, your Cambridge, and they just love it. Anyway, I just thought I'd love to hear you read it if you would.
Yeah. Yes.
Have you got it? We don't do page numbers.
I'll just find it.
My favourite picture in the book, Rob.
It's lovely. Very natural.
I got it.
Yep. Well done. Sorry, I put you on the spot there.
This is Swifts. Yep. Spin, world, spin. Swifts are here again, shredding the sky in their hooligan gangs. Those handbrake turners, those wheelie pullers, those firers up of the afterburners. So, whirl, birds, whirl. You havoc wreakers, thrill seekers, you gung-ho joy bringers. Spring harbingers, you drifting, gliding, sleep on the wingers. So, imagine just how far and fast these swifts have flown to be here. The deserts cross non-stop, the seas traverse, the mountain ranges spanned. So, fly, heart, fly. Follow swifts on their screaming tours to flicker far out over ocean, hunt a storm cells, shifting edge or pierce a cloud's slow motion. So, think, if 1 year swifts did not appear, the sky undriven, rooftops silent, all the watchers waiting, hoping for a gift that stays ungiven. So, spin, world, spin, and send swifts back and back to us again.
Oh, thank you for reading that. I feel very moved to hear you read that, Yuvan.
Yeah.
Oh, Jackie's pictures there just sounds like your swallow clouds. Just amazing movement and dance on the page. Thank you for reading that, Yuvan.
So we have Priya Krishan who is asking a question which kind of in line with what we're speaking about. Words and pictures come together with such power in your collaborations. Do you believe that pictures can convey ideas or make a potent statement by appealing to our visual sense in a way that is different from words can? and how?
I think one of the things that images can do is they can make books accessible to more people. They invite people in. There's a real prejudice, though, I think, in heavily illustrated books are always considered to be for children. But books really, a really good book is for people of all ages. I know that the Lost Words in particular, the images have pulled in reluctant readers, as has the space. I think design is really important in books. And we had the great good fortune of having Alison O'Toole as our designer. She is just amazing. And she leaves the space for people to come into with books. And you can say different things in the pictures than are in the words sometimes.
Thank you.
What do you think, Rob?
Yeah.
No, I know, you're the picture person. I know Yuvan might need to draw us to a close as well.
So I really hope both of you come to India sometime and talk to people, walk in the wilderness, which is found here.
I'd love to come with you, Yuvan, and Siddharth, Pandi, and other friends. See your forests, your Deodar forests, your mountains, your rivers, your beaches. Yes, I long to do this.
Thank you, Rob and Jackie, for this lovely conversation.
Thank you so much for inviting us.
Thank you, Yuvan. Thank you to Jaipur and everyone involved. It's such a privilege to be part of this with Yuvan and Jackie.
Thank you, Robert Macfarlane, Jackie Morris and Yuvan Aves for such an enlightening conversation. We thank our celebration partner, Diageo. Thank you all for watching and being such a great audience. We hope you will stay logged on with us and continue to watch the exciting series of sessions that we have specially curated for you. As you're aware, the cultural sector has been critically impacted by the pandemic, and while we have braced ourselves to embrace this new normal, we have struggled to ensure that we can continue to bring you a free flow of knowledge and ideas. We would love for you to support us at Teamwork Arts. Any contribution is welcome and would help spread knowledge and ideas seamlessly against all odds. Please tweet using hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 at Jaipur Lit Fest. The festival is protected by Dettol. Hope to see you in the next session.
और मुश्किल समय में हमें आपके सपोर्ट की सख्त जरूरत है। आपका सहयोग हजारों की जिंदगी बचा सकता है। आप हमारे अपने हो, हमें अपनों से डोनेशन नहीं, काम चाहिए। हमारा हाथ थामिए, हमारा साथ चलिए। हमें और हमारी कला को जिंदा रखने के लिए अपना सहयोग दीजिए।
लोगों ने सालों से प्यार दिया, सम्मान दिया, अब हमारे कारीगरों को काम दीजिए।
support the artisans, save the craft.
गोदान बोसोरनि साफ्रोमनोबो गाहाम हामलायनाय बावहरनानै दायो बे समाव आङो दोंसे खन्थाइ फरायनो लादों। खन्थाइनि मुं आं दाबो आङैनो दङ। होंगो दोंगोआव आं गोजावनाङो। सोरगिदिं जेरैबो गुरलाय गुरजाय संसाराव थांखिसिम सहैनायाव खोमा नाङो जेबोला असेफोरखौ बे जिउनि हान्थिनायाव। हादु गोजान बे बिलियाव बावगारमारनाङो नैबे सोहोराव आं सोरमोन? बे लामाया बबेसिममोन? दिग आन्दायनाय आला खाला समाव गोसोआव गोदान सिमां रोदोमफैयो। हाग्रानि गांसो सायाव गोजों निहोर बायदि सिमां रायजोनि। फुंनि सान्दुंजोंनो गोमोरलांफिनो गोथार सोरगोनि निहोराबो। फिन जागायफिनो होंगो दोंगोआव आंनि हान्थिनाय। बे लामाया गोदान नङा। दाबो बे लामायैनो दं। खालिबोल' गोदान जाबाय गासै सोलिनाय राहा। नाथाय आं दाबो आङैनो दङ। आं दाबो आङैनो दङ। बे सोहोराबो सोहोरैनो दङ। गोजोन्थों। I would like to wish you a very happy, healthy and blessed new year to each and everyone. And thank you very much for such wonderful opportunity that Saito Academy has given me as a New Year love of token. Thank you, Tim. Now, the name of my today's poem is I Am Still Me. I waver in the crowd, surrounded by messiness in this world. If I lost my dear ones on the way towards my destiny, this moment seems too far, makes me forget myself. The road seems so confusing. I get lost in this messy moment. At this moment, a new dream is born in my heart, like a grass washed with the holy dewdrops of heaven. A dreamland above the meadows, but it disappears with the rising sun. As I wake up, I am back again in the reality of this messy world. This road is not a new one. It's the same old road, only the ways have changed. But I am still me, and the city is also the same. Thank you.
Theatre is saying the really important things that need to be said in our society today. So please open your eyes and get engaged with theatre and see what wonderful work is happening. It'll make you think, it'll change your outlook on various aspects of society today.
I think Meta this year is fantastic, it's brilliant, it's off to a great start.
ये पूरे भारतवर्ष में
अपने ढंग का बिल्कुल अकेला आयोजन।
You know, without any consideration for commercial reasons, you just pick the best theatre. It is guided by only one principle, and that is excellence.
Even those who sort of don't qualify for awards do tend to feel recognized, and that's very important for an initiative of this kind.
Mahindra Excellence Theatre Awards brings excellent theatre.
It was fresh, it was original and inspiring.
This is the first time I've been to Meta and I'm having a fantastic time. Guys, you rock.
Meta is absolutely the most glorious platform for theatre.
महिंद्रा वालों का सबको शुक्रगुजार करना चाहिए, खासकर थिएटर वालों को, कि एक इस तरह का फेस्टिवल उन्होंने शुरू किया और एक्सीलेंट प्लेस।
Actually, I hadn't expected anything as experimental as this, I have to say, and I was really deeply impressed.
It's all a flow between sound and word and movement, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself.
So friends, for the 14th year of the Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Awards, let's perform, let's applaud, let's rise.
हर भाषा का हर रंगकर्मी चाहता है कि एक बार उसे मेटा में अपना नाटक प्रदर्शित करने का मौका मिल जाए तो उसका रंगकर्म सार्थक हो जाएगा।
The spectacular 14th Mahindra Excellence in Theatre Awards. Let the evening begin.
"13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature."
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है।
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
in these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one. When one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version. Welcome back to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival here at Diggi Palace front lawn, protected by Dettol. Our session today, Battle of Belonging. Shashi Tharoor in conversation with Faye D'souza. What does it mean to be Indian? Politician and celebrated author Shashi Tharoor's latest book, The Battle of Belonging, on nationalism, patriotism, and what it means to be Indian, evaluates the historical and current political trends impacting the idea of India. Tharoor explores these changing interpretations of nationalism, patriotism, citizenship and belonging, as well as the nature and future of nationhood. In an important conversation with journalist Faye D'souza, he discusses these themes and ideas in the context of the past, the present and the emergent future. Dr. Shashi Tharoor is an author, politician and former international civil servant, currently a third-term Lok Sabha Member of Parliament representing the Thiruvananthapuram constituency. He also chairs the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Information Technology. During his nearly 3 decades long prior career at the United Nations, he served as a peacekeeper, refugee worker and administrator at the highest levels, serving as Under Secretary General during Kofi Annan's leadership of the United Nations. He is also an award-winning author of over 20 books of both fiction as well as non-fiction, including The Great Indian Novel and The New World Disorder. Dr. Tharoor's 22nd book is titled The Battle of Belonging. Faye D'souza is an award-winning journalist who has changed the way news is covered on Indian television by focusing on the issues that matter to the citizens rather than those that fuel the emotions of partisan debates. D'Souza was the executive editor of Mirror Now. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section below. Ladies and gentlemen, The Battle of Belonging, Shashi Tharoor in conversation with Faye D'souza.
Mr. Tharoor, good evening, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Faye. Not at all generous. I think you're the best thing one can see on the small screen.
See, now that is generous. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to have this conversation. I do miss the environment around Jaipur and the Lit Fest that, and the fabric and the conversation that we would normally have the 2-day break to enjoy. But unfortunately, this year, everything's going to happen online. But these are difficult times. It did give me a chance to read the book, though, which is extremely interesting. And what was even more interesting is as I read the book, the news around us seemed to develop around the arguments that you were making in the book as well. So I think that it's an interesting time to have this conversation. For our audience who has not read the book, The Battle of Belonging basically examines the idea of patriotism, nationalism, what it's like to belong to a country. What does that mean? Does it have to do with your race? Does it have to do with your language? Does it have to do with some sort of shared identity? And where patriotism comes in. So do you feel that kinship to the race, to the religion, to the identity, or to the idea of the country itself? Ironically, while we have this conversation, while this conversation is being put together, Mr. Shashi Tharoor himself is facing multiple FIRs for sedition, which by definition is a crime against the state. It's a crime against the nation. And we'll also take a look at what's happening with dissent altogether and how have we reached a point where disagreeing or dissent is being looked at as anti-national. So does that make you less patriotic in some way, or does it hurt the identity of who we are? Before we get into the thick of discussing what's going on around us, Mr. Tharoor, the book very interestingly places before the audience your own history of where you were born, where you grew up, and how that affects your identity. I don't believe you've written about this in the past before. You haven't been, you weren't born in India. And
that's right.
You've given up multiple options of different, nationalities and other passports, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I was born in the UK, and my parents moved here when I was 2.5. So the initial choice was theirs. They saw themselves as Indian. They came back to an India relatively just a decade after independence, a decade and a bit. So they saw themselves part of this great, exciting adventure of independent India. But I, by virtue of birth, particularly at that time, and to non-diplomatic parents, I have the entitlement to a British passport, which is in fact something that even tomorrow I could exercise and have repeatedly been invited to exercise and have consistently refused. And I talk about some of the reasons in the book. I also, of course, spent the bulk of my adult life abroad. When I turned 50, I think I had essentially spent 34 years living in foreign countries. And since the last 18 of those had been in the US, purely on terms of longevity, I could have gone the green card route fairly routinely upon my departure from the UN, but I chose not to. I made a conscious decision to come back as my parents had, as my father had. And I must say that I'm acutely conscious that in his case, he regretted that decision after some years, as India took a certain direction that in economic terms left people like him, the salaried middle class, feeling rather frustrated. In my case, that's not my problem. My problem is much more that the India I came back to serve through entry into politics and public life has been or is still in the process of being pushed and shaped and shoveled into something that it was never meant to be, according to its own constitution, which enshrined a notion of Indian nationhood that emerged from the freedom struggle. So this book, in many ways, is an exploration of all those fundamental issues, Faye. It's what's Indian nationhood all about, starting indeed with the way I feel Indian, why I feel Indian, but also what anyone in this country, irrespective of their caste, their creed, their language, their region, their place of birth, is entitled to feel under the provisions of our constitution. But those are provisions that are fundamentally challenged in spirit, in context, and increasingly in daily practice by the ruling forces in our country today. So in many ways, it's both a very contemporary book. It's semi-autobiographical, yet it's semi-theoretical, because I talk about the evolution of the concept of nationhood worldwide before I bring it down to India. It's partly sort of constitutional theory, because I discuss the nature of the constitution and its application and evolution, and it's partially sheer straightforward politics, because the events of the last 6 years figure very strongly in the final third of the book. So you've got all of these things, and it's a book that I hope people are engaged with the concerns, the issues of our contemporary debates politically will find as interesting as those who are more scholarly and are interested in the conceptual arguments about nationalism, patriotism, nationhood, and so on. It's all there.
Well, if I may just go down this road a little more, where you've argued in this book the idea of nationalism with varied examples, not Indian examples. You talked about how Pakistan tried to tie East and West Pakistan with religion, but it didn't work because they had separate languages. You talked about an individual who was Dutch but didn't look Dutch, and how, just race or just religion or just language is very often inadequate to tie people together in that fashion, or to have them root together in that fashion. Why do you feel Indian?
Okay, so let me first dial that little back to your question before I answer the final thrust of it, the first part of your question, because essentially there are, in my analysis, everything can be reduced to two broad kinds of nationalism. I do describe there are various theories of nationalism. There are at least 9 different concepts I could break down and describe, like religious nationalism, territorial nationalism, revolutionary nationalism, linguistic nationalism, and so on. But at the end of the day, I say, if you really boil it down, there are 2 kinds. There's one kind which is anchored in questions of identity, immutable features into which you are essentially born. It could be, of course, your race or ethnicity, it could be your language, it could be your religion, it could be the place of birth, and so on, that ultimately make up who you are in that sense of nationhood. So identity nationalism. And then you've got a nationalism that is not at all linked to any of these ethnic, religious, linguistic factors, but is linked to constitutions and institutions. And that is called civic nationalism. And the Indian constitution essentially took our anti-colonial nationalism, which obviously had strong ethnic elements in it, because we're basically saying to the Brits, you are not like us, you're foreigners, you get out, we're going to throw you out and assert our freedom. So there's a strongly sort of ethnic concept there. But then for 3 years, they debated back and forth what our nationhood was, and they actually went for civic nationalism in the constitution, where it didn't matter what your religion, language, etc. were. All that mattered was that once you were Indian under this constitution, you had completely equal rights. Somebody actually raised in the Constituent Assembly the question that has popped up again now, which is, since Pakistan has been created as a nation for India's Muslims, should we not declare ourselves to be a nation for India's Hindus? And it was overwhelmingly rejected by the educated, passionate nationalists who debated in the Constituent Assembly and said, no, our freedom struggle was for everyone, and therefore we will establish a country with a constitution that protects everyone. And this is indeed the very reason why the Hindutva movement of that time, people like Savarkar and Golwalkar, rejected the constitution. And there's some very good writings, or very lucid writings by both of them, and subsequently by Deen Dayal Upadhyay, whom the RSS had sent off to found or lead eventually the Bharatiya Jansangh, which is the forerunner of the BJP. And Upadhyay is somebody who Mr. Modi hailed in his first year in office as his intellectual guru and his political guru, they all said, this is a flawed idea. They said, the Constitution seems to assume that a nation called India is a territory called India, and therefore the Constitution must be written for all the people on it. Wrong, they say, a nation is not a territory, a nation is a people, and the people of India are only the Hindu people. Now that's, as you can imagine, as far different a premise as you can get from the civic nationalist premise. And it was always a very small minority idea until in the last 25 years, it began its seemingly inexorable rise to power in our country. And now in the last 6 years, those who are in power are actively disseminating this idea, passing laws that reflect this idea, imposing practices, slogans, rhetorical constructs, which are all based on a set of assumptions that were not held by our founding fathers and mothers when they wrote the Constitution.
May I argue this? Within the group of our founding parents, there were those, you said it was a minority that believed that India should be a Hindu nation. But if we looked at the entire country, could it be possible that the founding parents who believed in a secular nation were in fact the minority? Could it be argued that the larger country wanted to be Hindu and this was just some people in a particular group who intellectually sort of force fit the idea of a secular nation?
Well, first of all, there was no force. It was very democratically debated and extensively, which is why the Constituent Assembly debates are so much worth reading. I have so thoroughly enjoyed dipping into them. They are an absolute delight. They go on for 3 years and they go on at some length and with a lot of erudition, some anger, some wit, a lot of passion. It's fabulous stuff. I've got some quotes from the debates in the book. But the fact is that no one forced anything on anybody. There was a free-for-all intellectually in debating all these points of view. And remember, we had Muslims, Hindus, Parsis, Christians, everybody in the Constituent Assembly. No community of any significance was left out. There was even one tribal, which would surprise people who said, oh, this Constituent Assembly was a bunch of elites. It wasn't totally representative. No, I mean, pretty much all segments of Indian opinion. Of course, the educated ones amongst them in a country which only had 13% literacy, you already have some self-selection right there. But still, all identities were reflected in the assembly. So no one forced it. Secondly, India, by and large, was not a communal country. I would argue that the consciousness of religious divides was actively instilled by British rule. I've argued this at length in my book, An Era of Darkness. And I have gone on to say that if you look at the actual mechanics of what finally made partition inevitable, it all really unraveled between 42 and 47. Until then, partition was far from inevitable. The partition riots were not even on the calendar. Everything suddenly happened in a 5-year span that destroyed the unity of the country. And you can say, well, that wasn't worth very much if it could be destroyed in 5 years. Well, history sometimes works that way. It takes the igniting of a spark in certain favorable circumstances for a minority idea to briefly seize the imagination of the nation. But whatever happened, I would argue that even if you look at the riots of partition, they were confined essentially to Punjab and Bengal. And of course, Delhi a little bit. But it's not as if every part of India was up in flames and Hindus are butchering Muslims everywhere. And Sikhs, for that matter, were also caught up in Punjab. In many, many parts of the country, life went on as before. And that's something people don't fully understand. There were no partition riots in Bombay, where you're sitting. There certainly were none in Kerala, which I represent in Parliament. So I can say that not all the nation was communalized in the way that people with perhaps a vivid experience or even memory of 47 tend to think.
So would you then argue that, right now, and this is the point at which our country is currently standing in the history that's being written as we speak, that we're changing perhaps from a nationalism of shared duty and shared sorrow, as you pointed out in your book, to a nationalism of identity. Because, and I love the idea of a nationalism of shared sorrow, where basically, another Indian's pain is also my pain, and there is a duty there. from being born in this country to find ways to relieve the pain of our fellow citizens. But we're now moving very quickly into an idea that unless you fall into this category of, and you've said Hindi, Hindu, Hindustan, I'll take it one step further. I'd say male, upper caste, Hindu, vegetarian, Hindi speaking, unless you are in this entire category of heterosexual also, you are left out. You have to find a way to conform in idea and in representation and response. Is that the transition that we're seeing right now?
It's a worrying prospect, isn't it? No, there certainly is. I'm sorry to say, a delegitimization of dissent, as some people who are in power today are essentially focusing on the idea that if you don't agree with them, you are anti-national, so that the entire category of whether you belong to the nation, have a claim on it, is conflated with the extent of your willingness to support the government and to conform to its idea of how you should be as a person. So I do very much worry about all this, because when the handful of intellectual critics on that side of the fence say to me, oh, Shashi Tharoor acts or writes as if India was only born in 1947. We're actually an ancient civilization. I turn around and say, actually, I've written for years that we're an ancient civilization, but I believe that our time-honored civilizational traditions are those of inclusivity, of social justice, of religious tolerance, even more acceptance of difference, and the desire to forge a society that allowed people to flourish, irrespective of their religion, caste, language, and so on. And so my argument is that what you're doing, I beg your pardon, Faye, for saying that, what they're doing now is an exclusionary, aggressive, and communal nationalism based on a very narrow and I would argue distorted view of India's cultural identity as a Hindu Rashtra. So that troubles me a lot. Patriotism, as I describe it in the book, is simply just about loving your country the way you love your mother. You love your country because it's yours, because you belong to it and it belongs to you. And that kind of patriotism excludes no Indian. Anybody, whether you're a Mizo, a Muslim, a Malayali, a Kashmiri, it doesn't matter. You feel a certain sense of identification with your country. It manifests itself certainly every time India plays a cricket match, but it's also part of your feeling about your nation. It excludes nobody. Whereas the nationalism being promoted in India today is a totalizing vision that omits those who don't fit in within its terms or who refuse to subscribe to their ideas. It demands allegiance, it brooks no dissent. That's the problem.
You also talked about how there is a sort of either crushing of dissent or removal of dissenters from institutions of education, from institutions of research, from institutions of government, to sort of create a sort of homogeneous group of yes men who are doing the bidding of government. And I want to take, the question one step past the book. What do you think the result of this is going to be if it continues for a few more years?
Well, it is unfortunately heading in a direction that would be essentially anti-democratic, because ultimately, if you argue that opposition and dissent are by definition anti-national, then your fear of anti-nationalism becomes itself anti-nationalist, because you are opposing the democracy with which our nationalism is inextricably linked. The attack on dissent is an attack on democracy, and the fear that many have, and I've echoed in the book, is that ethno-nationalism of this kind is taking India towards a peculiar hybrid, a sort of dictatocracy, which preserves the forms of democracy while brooking no dissent against its dictates. So that would be my answer to you. I think we may be heading, if we continue like this, into a dictatocracy rather than a democracy.
Apart from within the institutions of government, dissent normally also comes in from citizen protest, and we're seeing a reaction to that. It comes in art, in film, in books, among journalists and things that are written and covered across the country. Is there also, and we're seeing a lot of this hurt religious sentiment turning into arrests, turning into FIRs. Is that also, in your opinion, part of this attempt to crush that dissent and have everybody sort of agree with everything that's going on?
I'm afraid it is. And the irony is they don't really need it. In other words, you can advocate a different form of nationalism legitimately and put it up for grabs through democratic contestation. And of course, you're doing rather well. In other words, you are doing well enough right now by winning election after election, not just nationally, but in the states. Why do you need to curb dissent? Put it out there as an idea. In fact, one of the ironies is that this is a government that is desperately anxious to enjoy international approbation. They want, for example, as more and more Western countries, fearful of China's rise, are anxious to create and shore up their defenses through the creation of a community of democracies. Boris Johnson's already expanding the G7 to a G10 this year. Biden announced during the election campaign that one of his first actions in his first few months in office would be to call a summit of democracies. Now, at that time, is this a great idea because of your petty political objectives at home to demonstrate to the rest of the world that you are becoming less and less democratic, that you are curbing dissent, muzzling opposition voices, putting FIRs against journalists? I mean, I frankly, I'm bewildered that the government would so comprehensively shoot itself in the foot. Why would they do that? I mean, it seems to me it's because, as I argued, their vision is a totalizing vision. It admits no dissent. You see, I mean, if you and I say that our view of India is our view and they are entitled to their own view, that's one thing. They could say the same thing in reverse. But what they're saying is our view is the only view. And if you don't subscribe to it, you're going to be crushed, arrested, harassed, censored, whatever. Now, that, unfortunately, is not democracy. It's not democratic. And by going against democracy, it's going against the fundamental tenets and spirit of the Constitution that established who we were back in 1950.
As a member of Parliament, do you see the possibility of the Constitution being altered or changed?
You know, the worrying thing is they seem to be able to do an awful lot without actually having to alter it. They have an undeclared emergency going on in this country, as many have observed, in that they don't need to suspend any laws. They just have to apply them in a certain way. And with the cooperation of judges, you can do that. So we have looked at a number of situations in which the selective application of elements of the Constitution enables the government to do all the things that you and I are sitting here bemoaning or decrying right now. They're being done anyway, and no one's had to significantly amend the Constitution. They have brought in a few laws like the UAPA, the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which is pretty draconian, which has also been applied to me, I understand, from the media. They've obviously tried to give a lot of teeth to the Sedition Act, which the Supreme Court had, as far back as 1962, read down as only applying to actual direct incitement to violence. So it seems very surprising and rather difficult to believe that you're looking at a country which actually has a tradition of interpreting the Constitution in a very liberal sense. The same Constitution is being applied illiberally without needing to rewrite it.
Well, you know, I must ask you this. There is also an attempt by many opposition parties, especially during elections, including our own, to sort of assert its own Hindu-ness. Does that in some way lend an echo to what is already being said, that India, that you have to be Hindu in order to occupy public space in India, and if those people who are not part of that conformist box need to find themselves in the shadows, or will find themselves in the shadows eventually?
As far as my party is concerned, I think we clearly understand the difference between Hinduism and Hindutva. I think every individual member of ours who happens to be Hindu is free to avow his personal Hinduism. And someone like me who goes to temples equally avidly goes in my constituency to churches and mosques, because it's a way of showing respect for my voters, my constituents. And I think it's perfectly valid to do that. And I do it all the time. And so do most politicians in democratic India. We've always interpreted secularism not to mean distancing from religion, but to actually encourage the flourishing of a proliferation of religion. So I don't think that in and of itself is a problem. The problem would be if it's one religion to the exclusion of all others, and if it implies endorsement of an interpretation of the national identity that suggests that that identity is somehow only Hindu. That's first of all unconstitutional to suggest, and secondly, it flies in the face of established realities. Now, in my case, I live in this, I seek votes and political support in a state where visibly around me, the minorities don't have a minority complex. No Kerala Christian or Kerala Muslim thinks of himself or herself as being in any way different from the Kerala Hindu. So perhaps my task is easier because the assumption of the people around them is that we are Malayalis, we have a certain culture, we have a long history, we've lived together for thousands of years. We're not going to let these guys poison our minds. Yes, there is a small percent. The BJP's vote share has been gradually climbing. It's gone up from somewhere around 6 or 7% to more like 13 or 14%. But we're still talking about the overwhelming majority of Keralites who don't believe in communal thinking. Now, I recognize that is less true in other parts of the country, and that political parties in crafting their vote-getting appeals feel obliged in some places to tailor their message differently. You could also argue that in some Muslim-dominated constituencies, they tailor their message entirely towards appealing to that kind of vote. So it's part of the political game. I think what's more important is doctrine, credo, manifesto, and frankly, action in office if they win power, than worrying about whether some candidate is overtly demonstrating a religious affinity or whatever, because vote seeking implies a lot of things which will vary from place to place in our country.
Again, I was reminded in school, we're taught unity and diversity. That phrase pops up a lot when we're in school. It's sort of drilled into our heads. And you have also noted in the book how different India is in terms of language, in terms of race, even in terms of even how we look. So you've mentioned how a Brahmin Hindu in Tamil Nadu perhaps has more in common with their Christian or Muslim counterpart in the same state than a Brahmin in, say, Himachal Pradesh or Uttar Pradesh. But the question then comes into what then unites us. Is there a need for uniformity or some sort of shared identity in order to bring in unity? Can the idea of territory be enough to unite us? Or is it cricket? Is it Bollywood? What is it going to be?
That's the civic nationalism bit coming right there, Faye, because I'm basically saying what unites us is the Constitution and the institutions we all have in common, plus a shared sense of civilizational oneness, which frankly has emerged from the ancient times, has been sanctified by shared history and historical experiences, and of course is reflected in our geography. Ideally, it would have been the Himalayas and the seas that encompass that common historical space. 20th century politics took away Pakistan and Bangladesh from that conception. But otherwise, it's essentially the same old notion of India that goes back to the days of Alexander the Great and the Persians. So you're looking at a time when really India today is all of those things. It is an ancient civilization. It is a broadly recognizable geographical space with a bunch of ethnicities within it, but ultimately it's held together by our liberal constitution, by our pluralist democracy, and by the institutions and practices that we've lived with since 1947 and 1950, particularly the Constitution. Now that's my view. Now you ask, should there be unity? Wouldn't that be a good thing? I'm all in favor of unity, but I'm not in favor of uniformity. And that's the big difference. You see, I've got this little argument in the book between me and the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, where I talk about unity in diversity, and he talks about diversity in unity. Now, what do we mean by those two terms? I'm talking about what I described almost 25 years ago now in America, more than 25 years ago now in America, as my Thali theory of Indian nationalism, that we are not a melting pot as the Americans are. We are a collection of different dishes on one platter. Each dish belongs in a separate bowl and doesn't necessarily flow into the next, but they belong together on the same plate and they combine together on your palate to give you a satisfying meal. That's the thali. So you have all this diversity, but they stay together in one platter. Whereas Mr. Bhagwat's, I beg your pardon?
Is the thali vegetarian?
For me it is, but it doesn't have to be. Every good restaurant will give you a non-veg thali as well. But the point is that in the case of Mr. Bhagwat, he really speaks of diversity and unity, that he wants a united notion of Indian nationhood, a sort of khichdi, ideally a kind of saffron khichdi into which everyone is stirred together. Now, a little a lump of aloo might stick out, and a little gajar here and there that stick out and claim to be slightly different, but they all belong inside the same khichdi mess, and they're all eaten together. And ultimately, that saffron khichdi is who we are. So that is, for me, a fundamentally different concept. Now, I'm perfectly happy to entertain both concepts in a democratic contention. I'm not happy to be told that my concept is unacceptable, and the only way we can be an Indian nation is in the saffron khichdi format. That's where the problems start.
But the argument, and I've heard, and I'm bringing this up because I have heard people make this argument to me, saying that, you know what, everybody seems to have their own country. People of, you know, certain religions have their own sense of belonging, which again echoes what you say in the book. So since Indians are Hindu and the Hindu religion originates territorially in India, why can't this be a Hindu nation that then gives equal rights to everybody? What is the problem there? What is the risk if we do that?
There is, in fact, a surprising piece I've cited by a Muslim constitutional scholar, Faizan Mustafa, who actually argues precisely what you've just asked. I didn't know how serious he was, but if he was serious, I would consider it an abject surrender, because, you see, it's one thing if we had started off that way, the way in which Nepal started off as a Hindu monarchy and kind of accommodated others later, or Japan started off very much as a monocultural state and is gradually discussing how to come to terms with others. In the case of India, modern India was established with a constitution that started off with the premise that no one religion would dominate, and that all citizens would be equal. Now, if you suddenly reverse, that reversal becomes essentially a repudiation of the ideas inherent in the original. So if we had been, for argument's sake, a Hindu kingdom before, it was defensible. We weren't. I mean, before 1857, we were actually, at least nominally, governed by a Mughal monarch. Though, of course, he was, for the most part, a prisoner of the Brits for all de facto purposes. And some of his ancestors were prisoners of the Marathas who told him what to do. So the Mughal monarch didn't really exercise genuine power for about 150 years before the monarchy was ended. But that was a symbolic thing. I mean, if the British had never come and we'd evolved into a modern state in those arrangements, we would have probably had a constitutional monarch, a feeble descendant of a Mughal, and we would have probably had, who knows, emerging from a sort of, rather like the Japanese shogunate, a Maratha warrior confederacy might have produced an initially militarized state that then becomes democratized and becomes a version of a modern Asian state. The idea that there's something naturally Hindu about this subcontinent, which always had everyone mixed up together, is hotly contestable. And in fact, it's often pointed out that people forget, for example, how many Muslim soldiers and generals Shivaji had, and how many Hindu soldiers and generals Aurangzeb had. Now, it's always as if the two are fighting against each other. Aurangzeb is this evil sort of Muslim warlord, Muslim fanatic, and Shivaji is this brave Hindu warrior. You know, the fact is they were both leading mixed armies with mixed leaders and generals. And that goes back in many examples. The famous thing that they're trying to rewrite now, the Battle of Haldighati, Maharana Pratap and Akbar. I mean, the fact is that Maharana Pratap's general who was in the field and fought most of the battles was a man called Hakim Khan Sur, a Muslim. And Akbar didn't personally go and descend to fight Maharana Pratap. He sent his Rajput general, who actually led the forces of the Mughals against his fellow Rajput, Maharana Pratap. So you're looking at a situation where history is far more complicated than these retellings actually imply. And these retellings are being told for the purpose of creating a false construct and imposing it on our reality today. Why would you want me to conform to that? That's why I said, I'm all for consensus, not conformity. I'm all for unity, but not uniformity. Yes. We are not a monolithic nation. We're not a nation of one narrative, one people, one language, one ethnicity, one religion. Let's accept that diversity is our great strength. Let's celebrate it. Let's enjoy our pluralism, as we have been doing till 2014.
It almost seems though, as an observation, the idea is not to say that we are a country of one language, religion or identity, but that one language, religion and identity is more Indian than the others are. Because I've seen this on political posters as well that says born Hindu. And this idea has come up saying that everyone who was born in this land was born Hindu and then has chosen to convert. And it's important for people to acknowledge that. Since we have a limited amount of time, I do want to address one thing that came up in your book, which I thought was fascinating. The idea of the NRI, or what you call the expatriate, someone who doesn't live in this country, who has a sort of romantic attachment to the country they once knew, the best parts of it that they do remember, and how that is part of their sort of mixed their identity. And I've always found it very interesting that people who live overseas in other countries of Indian origin or NRIs, non-resident Indians, want to be treated equally by those countries, but still consider a sort of hierarchy in our own country. And where does that actually then, reconcile to this whole idea of nationalism or patriotism and how we understand each other?
And it's further complicated by the fact that you have the expatriate extremist on the one hand, who is busy actually supporting some of the most extreme ideas in the homeland he's left. And you have the expatriate nostalgic on the other, who, as you say, has this cherished idea of this perfect place that he was forced to leave by economic circumstances or whatever. And this complication is enormous. In fact, I've written about this with feeling in many parts of the book. I think it occurs in 9 or 10 different places, partly because, of course, I have known expatriation myself for a long time, without ever relinquishing my passport or my nationhood. I did live abroad a very long time. But secondly, because my children, I only have 2 children, and they have both chosen the expatriate life, partially or principally because of the circumstances of their upbringing. And as a result, I have the sense of having lost them to another country. One has, in fact, very recently taken the decision to change his passport. The other one still clings to his Indianness, but for how long, I don't know, because he's also married an American and has produced an Indian child. I'm an American child, so what incentive does he have to stay Indian forever? I have all these concerns about it, but equally I worry about how this works in terms of their relationship to us. We all know that, for example, much of the Khalistani movement was financed by a lot of big dollars coming from expatriate Sikhs in America and Canada. We know that Irish Republicans did the same thing back in Ireland, financed the terrorism of the IRA. We know that Sri Lankan Tamils did that for the Tamil Tigers. Expatriates can go to some pretty desperate extremes, partially because of their guilt at the abandonment of the motherland, mixed with rage that the motherland had somehow forced them to abandon it. And so it's rather like a faithless lover who blames the woman he has spurned for not having sufficiently merited his fidelity. And therefore he supports extremism at home out of nationalist guilt at not being involved in his homeland, and feels that by supporting extremism, he's vindicating his decision to abandon it. Now that kind of thing really worries me, because obviously we're seeing some of this. And it's particularly ironic that, as you implied in your question, let's say an expatriate in a Western country who is, because of the color of his skin or his own faith or his cultural practices, constantly fearing discrimination and marginalization amongst the mainstream in that society, is busy financing discrimination and marginalization of minorities in the country he's left. I find this, ironic 1,000 times over, but also desperately tragic.
Well, Mr. Tharoor, I've been told we've run out of time, unfortunately. It was a fascinating conversation, and it's a fascinating book. I wish you very good luck with everything that you're currently, dealing with.
Thank you so very much, Faye. It's been a stimulating conversation. Trust you to ask all the right probing questions and keep up the great work you do to keep a space alive for creative and free exchanges of knowledge and information in our country. We need it, and I'm sorry you're not still on commercially available mainstream television, but we'll watch you on YouTube if that's what it takes to hear you. All the best.
Thank you, Mr. Tharoor. Back to the team at the Jaipur Lit Fest.
Thank you, Dr. Tharoor. Thank you, Faye, for that absolutely insightful conversation, and especially coming at the back of the fact that you yourself have been charged with sedition. And thankfully, that's at bay for now. but these are important issues for us to take forward. Thank you all for watching and being such a great audience, and thanks to our celebration partners, Diageo. Please do stay logged on, and between you can watch sessions between the front lawn and of course the bar hall and everywhere in between. Remember to visit the bookstore, Amazon, online, and of course our craft venue, which is Earth Fables. Do contribute, press that contribute button. I know you're probably sick of me saying this, but we really need help for every dollar and rupees, cent and pound that we can get to continue the free flow of knowledge and ideas which keeps at bay hatred and ignorance. Please remember to tweet using hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, and our handle is @JaipurLitFest. The festival and all of us here are protected by Dettol. Stay safe, stay masked. 13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version. 13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version. 13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी खत्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world. We decided that we wouldn't allow the pandemic to stop us in our tracks. And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival, protected by Dettol. It is our pleasure to present this evening the Anirudh Varma Collective. The Anirudh Varma Collective is a contemporary Indian classical ensemble from New Delhi, India, led by Delhi-based pianist, composer and producer Anirudh Varma. It aims to bring artists and musicians of diverse musical and cultural backgrounds together to form a unique contemporary identity of Indian classical music for audiences of all age groups. It comprises over 100 musicians and artists from the contemporary Indian music scenario. The Anirudh Varma Collective released their full-length album Perspectives in March 2018. Please do remember to comment by typing in the comment sections, because there's nothing quite like validation for an artist. Ladies and gentlemen, the Anirudh Varma Collective.
da सागर पड़ा मन पागल तुझ पे अड़ा कहने को सागर पड़ा मन पागल तुझ पे अड़ा
सुर सुझान कर मर झावे माई सुर सुझान कर मर झावे सुर सुझान कर मर झावे माई सुर सुझान कर मर झावे सुर सुझान कर मर झावे माई सुर सुझान कर मर जावे सुर सुझान कर मर जावे सुर सुझान सुर सुझान
सौन्दर्यरत्नाकरे निर्धूताखिल घोर पावन करे कात्यायनी कल्याणी कात्यायनी कात्यायनी कल्याणी 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 सत्यदेशनी पदम पनिरम गम पदनि मनि ग सनि मदनि रे मदनि सनि दनि रे नि द मगरि गरि नि द रि गरि नि द गरि नि द मगरि गम पदनि
next track we're going to do for you is based on Rag Bihag. And today we have a very special version of it featuring Soumya Gurucharan. This version hasn't happened before, and we hope you enjoy this one. This one is called Bihag.
குளுமைக்கு அவனோரு நிலவு குமராயன குமராயன சொல்லி பழகு குளுமைக்கு அவனோரு நிலவு குமராயன சொல்லி பழகு முருகனின் மறுபெயரழகு அந்த முறுவலில் மயங்குது உலகு முருகனின் மறுபெயர் அழகு அந்த முறுவலில் மயங்குது உலகு முருகனின் மறுபெயர் அழகு
बाजे मोरी पायल झनन झनन झन बाजे मोरी पायल झनन झनन बाजे मोरी पायल झनन झनन झन बाजे मोरी पायल झनन झनन झन कैसे कर आऊं तोरे पास कैसे कर आऊं तोरे पास बाजे मोरी पायल झनन झनन झन बाजे मोरी पायल झनन झनन झन कैसे कर आऊं तोरे पास कैसे कर आऊं तोरे पास बाजे मोरी पायल झनन झनन झन बाजे मोरी पायल झनन झनन झन
श्रीवत्सं महुरास्कं श्रीवत्सं महुरास्कं वरमाल विराजितं वरमाल विराजितं शङ्ख चक्रधरं देवं श्रीवत्सं महुरास्कं वरमाल विराजितं शङ्ख चक्रधरं देवम्
you so much, Kavya Singh.
झनन झनन बिछवा बाजे झनन झनन बिछवा बाजे कैसे सजाऊं सेज कैसे सजाऊं सेज जागत ननद जेठनिया जनन जनन बिछवा बाजे जनन जनन बिछवा बाजे कैसे सजाऊं सेज कैसे सजाऊं सेज जागत ननद जेठनिया The night it calls out to you. You touch my hand when you walk my way. Your lips whispers our love song when you call you my love intertwined. Slowly as you move towards me, the heat in my ears you breathe. Say that you follow my lead. I'm turning in ecstasy. And now when worlds collide, and now when your heart is mine, piya mosi chana piya mosi karta bara azori karta bara azori kahe ko marodi mori baiya जनन जनन बिछवा बाजे जनन जनन बिछवा बाजे कैसे सजाऊं सेज कैसे सजाऊं सेज जागत ननद जेठनिया.
Thank you. The next one is from our upcoming second album. This one is called Nanovalia, and this one is based on a rag called Maru Bihag. We hope you like it. This one is called Nanovalia.
Sa
वे नैनो वाले याद जा कर रही है वे मियाँ नैनो वाले याद जा कर रही है वे मियाँ
गजरा कारे कारे गजरा कारे गजरा कारे कारे गजरा कारे कारे गजरा कारे गजरा कारे लागे अति प्यारे प्यारे गजरा 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 कारे कारे गजरा कारे पवन चलत सरन पवन चलत सरन सावन रुत आई मन भायति मदवा पवन चलत सरन सावन रुत आई मन भायति मदवारि गजरा कारे कारे गजरा कारे कारे गजरा कारे कारे गजरा कारे Thank you so much. शंकर डमरू बाजे शंकर डमरू बाजे शंकर डमरू बाजे शंकर डमरू बाजे कानन कुंडल सिर शशि मंडल कानन कुंडल सिर शशि मंडल घर घर अलख जगाए शंकर डमरू बाजे शंकर डमरू बाजे कानन कुंडल सिर शशि मंडल 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 घर घर अलख जगाए शंकर डमरू बाजे शंकर डमरू बाजे डमरू बाजे डमरू बाजे जटाजूट 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 गंग विराज गंग विराज बाल सुहावे चंदा की कोर जटाजूट जटाजूट शंकर हरे बाबा बांधते रो जटाजूट 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 गंग विराज गंग विराज बाल सुहावे चंदा की कोर जटा Thank you so much.
That's the Anirudh Varma Collective, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember to tell us what you think, because that's extremely, extremely important. Validation, as I said, extremely important. We would, of course, like to thank our celebration partner, Diageo, for the stellar support. And thank you all for watching and being such a great audience. Please do log in tomorrow to continue to watch with us the series of exciting sessions featuring a stellar list of speakers that have been specially curated for you. As you're aware, the cultural sector has been critically impacted by the pandemic, and while we have braced ourselves to embrace the new normal, we have struggled to ensure that we can continue to bring you a free flow of knowledge and ideas. We would love for you to support us at Teamwork Arts. Any contribution is welcome and would help spread knowledge and ideas seamlessly against the odds. Please tweet using hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 and do remember the handle at Jaipur Litfest. The festival is protected by Dettol. We really hope to see you tomorrow morning at 9:15 as we start day 2 of the festivities right here at the Jaipur Literature Festival. Thank you for watching.